All right, good afternoon, everyone. Namaste, and a warm welcome to all of you to the iMedia Online Retail Summit 2020, a 2 day celebration of the growth of e commerce in India in the past few years, and also understanding how brands have risen to the challenge of 2020. I have with us none other than Shiny Eben, who has been conceptualizing the Online Retail Summit over the last few months and getting it all together for all of us from Team Comic Symposium. So I'm going to have Shiny join in. Hi, Shiny. Good afternoon to you. And I must ask you, I think this is one pertinent question on everybody's minds, the Online Retail Summit. Why now?
So we all know about the iMedia Online Brand Summit, right? We've been doing this for 10 years, and a very popular variant of the iMedia Brand Summit is the Online Retail Summit, which has been going on in Europe, in Australia, in Japan. And 2020 is the year that we're launching in India in a virtual format. And hopefully we'll meet you in person in a physical format next year. And 2020, why now? It's a very good question. So 2020 seems to be the perfect year to do this because brands are accelerating their digital transformation and looking at more and more online sales channels to aid business recovery as of now. Also, I've been speaking to so many marketers and so many people in the industry, and they've been telling me that, the marketing department has changed. It's no longer a cost center, it's a revenue center. And when the marketing department becomes a revenue center, it means that e-commerce becomes essentially important for business development. And especially in situations of a lockdown or in a situation of social distancing, e-commerce is booming, which is why we thought this is the perfect time to launch the Online Retail Summit. We hope you all enjoy it.
Absolutely befitting, even the timing for that matter, Shiny. And I do believe that, the fact that we've been talking about digital India, but in a way, if I may put it, with the pandemic, I think even those who did not adopt the digital means have started doing so. And the kind of consumer trends, the way we've seen that shift happen towards online, so with the summit as well. Now, while you say that, hey, we're going to meet together, meet everyone in person next year, I think I'm pretty much curious to understand what really went, what was the behind the scenes action in getting all of this together in terms of the content. I believe we have a very interesting content in store for our attendees, very, very interesting set of speakers. But what was the behind the scenes action in getting all of this together?
So I will take this point to kind of talk about our theme and also thank our wonderful speakers who've come on board with us for this. Our theme is fast tracking the return to business. So we say, how can brands make a recovery the fastest way possible? And as iMedia and as AdTech, we understand that we have an important role to play in this evolution. So we all know this, that consumer behavior has changed tremendously over the last 3 months. Whether you see it from numbers or you understand it through intuition, consumer behavior has changed. And brands have been simultaneously reacting to the same. So there are a lot of brands who already had e-commerce channels. They are fast tracking them and accelerating growth on that. There are a lot of brands who started their e-commerce in a matter of weeks, and the growth that they've seen is tremendous. A lot of traditional brands have come online. And to talk all of that, media solution partners, technology partners, startups have a plethora of products now which are helping these brands come online or accelerating this digital transformation. And as iMedia, we want to bring all this together to help all these brands grow and aid the recovery for 2020 as fast as possible. So that was the idea of doing the iMedia Brand Summit, and why we're bringing all this together. So we're talking about the festive season. What should you do? How can you use data more effectively? We're looking at sectors like auto, like finance, like direct to consumer. What are these people doing? So a lot of ideas, a lot of strategies in line in store for everyone. Thank you to our wonderful audience for joining us today. So I hope you all enjoyed this.
Wonderful, wonderful, Shiny. Thank you so much for that. In fact, it is quite interesting to see when I was also having a little bit of a poll back in the morning on my social media channel. It was interesting to see the insights, how the consumer trend started when the pandemic started, how it shifted when they realized that some of their favorite brands have moved online, which makes it seamless for them to actually reach out to them. And that's a very interesting insight you've shared there, Shiny. So for our attendees, in fact, let me inform you, we've got a brilliant lineup of speakers as well. And I think Shiny has very aptly shared the theme details as well. Let me inform you, please do take a look at some of our fabulous set of speakers from some of the fantastic brands, representing fantastic brands over here. And it's only befitting to get their insights to understand how they have adopted the digital presence post-pandemic for that matter. We'll now get started with our first panel discussion. Very, very interesting featured session, as I may put it, as we talk about a new world and a new e-commerce strategy. Now, joining us, we have some fabulous set of speakers. Let me quickly introduce them and bring them here on the screen for all of you. First up, we have with us Mr. Bhaskar Ramesh, who's the Director of Tech, FMCG, Auto and Media and Entertainment with Google. We also have with us Mr. Rakesh Mishra, who's the Vice President Marketing with Target. We are also joined by Mr. Pavan Sharda, who's a Group CMO Marketing, Digital and E-Commerce with Future Group. And of course, spearheading this fabulous discussion for all of you, we are joined by Vani Gupta Dandia, who is the founder of Cherry Peach Plum Growth Partners. So firstly, a warm welcome to all of our speakers. And Vani, thank you so much for joining in. Good afternoon to you as well. And with that, I'm going to hand over the proceedings to you to take it forward from here. Over to you, Vani.
Thank you, Kavya. That was a lovely introduction. Hi, everyone. You can unmute yourselves, Pavan and Bhaskar and everyone. So lovely seeing you again. So today we're going to talk about new commerce strategies post-COVID. But given that e-commerce has been on a huge rise, my first question, and this is to all of you in general, what would you think would be the key differences in e-commerce pre and post-COVID? And I'd love to hear from you on both what impact has this had on consumer behavior, as well as what impact has it had on marketers or companies quickly adapting to this new world where consumers are in panic resorting to e-commerce. So open to all of you. Anyone wishes to take a stab at it?
Okay, if I may start. Hi, Pavan.
Hi.
I think it's been like a complete roller coaster ride, to say the least. I think last 4 months, a lot of things which were never written in a marketing book, like we literally had to like kind of reinvent and kind of see every day as a new day, right? So largely we are an offline brand, right? I think one of the big change which I see right now, and we've been hearing it for years and in many forums, for me, I think the omni channel has completely come alive right now, if you look at it, right? So finally, it's the consumer. The consumer is going to decide whether the consumer wants to come to the store, or you should be delivering to the customer, or the customer wants to book online and he wants to pick it up. So I think the choices are completely with the customer. I think that's a big shift which we have seen in our business. And therefore, I think it's finally, I mean, it's always been about the consumer. But in this time, I think because of the pandemic, the consumers are kind of fearful. So therefore, I think the business had to react as per the consumer demand and the consumer need. And in this case, honestly, we didn't have time. So we literally had to like fix things in like 2 weeks. A brand like Big Bazaar, which was never really doing e-commerce in that sense, we literally had to like fix it and kind of launch it within 2 months, which we did. Like, it's a mobile version which we have it, shop.bigbazaar, which we launched it. But I think that's been a big fundamental shift in terms of the way we look at consumer, right? Finally, it's the consumer who's deciding how the businesses should be behaving, and I think business like ours, we are reacting to that. I think that's one big change which I see.
Very well said. So Pavan, what you're telling us is that we're actually reacting to what the consumers want. And that's what's showing in the statistics as well. So, there was a survey that was done by BCG, which says that India shows the highest surge in preference for e-commerce amongst all top nations. So they've done this survey across a number of countries, and India scored right at the top. And e-commerce actually continues to lead the growth for the overall economy in India as well. So these are some astounding numbers. Now, talking about numbers, I'd like to quickly go to Bhaskar, the king of numbers, and who would have everything on the world of e-commerce. Bhaskar, tell us from your perspective, what do you see as the key differences pre and post?
I think, hi Vani and my panelists and fun. I hope everybody is keeping safe during these very testing times. So, Pawan is really the light of fire, and he's doing everything because the consumer's already changed. And instead of throwing too many numbers at all of you, I want to share just one number, right, from the study that we have done on shopper behavior. 82% shoppers say that the way they have shopped has changed, right? And even in the which has been done just before, right? People have bought gold, people have bought automobiles, and apart from many other things, and even grocery, of course. So I feel that retail as an industry has now accepted that omni-channel commerce is completely going to stay. So the behavioral change is going to outlast the pandemic itself. And I want to summarize this consumer behavior pre and post COVID into like classical marketeers like 3 C's. One is convenience. Second is conscious. And third is cautious. Yeah. Let me just double click on each of them a little bit. As Pawan has said, everybody is looking for more convenience than ever before, right? So the biggest gainer in this entire change is this your hyper local retailer, right, next to you. So because more and more people are starting to have more convenience, demanding more convenience, and they're really the biggest store available to you, no matter what you want to buy, is your digital store on your mobile phone, and that has been a big, really big behavior shift. And so the most important store, whether you have 100 stores or 1,000 stores, right? The most important store for you continues to be your mobile store, right? The second is consumers are actually going to be very wallet conscious, and then value has become a very large component. If you see what is selling, a very high, very value conscious products are selling a lot more because a combination of convenience and this whole consciousness of being more value is important. And the last is people have actually become very, very cautious, right? So earlier you were going to a store to surf, what do I like, and explore and spend as much time as possible, etc. But today the time spent on mobile phones have actually increased to almost 4 to 4.5 hours a day, which means that they are spending inordinate amount of time because your phone has become the last point of contact and not the first point of contact anymore for majority of all of us. So I just want to summarize by saying that for retailers, footfalls have always been a priority all this while. But going forward in the post-COVID era, I would say finger falls would be as important or more important than.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Rakesh, would you like to add to that?
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Rakesh Mishra. I'm from Target. And I'll probably be, a little bit different in terms of all the insights or, stuff that I would share from a United States standpoint, because Target operates 1,900 odd stores, and Target.com, which is a huge e-commerce platform in the US. So, Bunny, I think when we talk about e-commerce pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, I think we obviously are accepting it to a higher level and keeping it simple. From our perspective, when we think about this journey for the last 4.5 months, as Pawan alluded to, it's been a huge learning journey. I would characterize it as multiple chapters even in this 4.5 months.
So.
And the reason it's multiple chapters is that you are actually with your consumers or guests, as we call them, through this entire journey, seeing them, being with them day in and day out. So the way it started, the very first time, kind of that, late February, early March time frame, everybody just flocked into physical stores, trying to get stock up of food and essential. It went on for more than a month or so across the world. Then the whole transition happened to people realizing that they would have to operate from their homes. And all of a sudden they had to think about, like, what do they need at home? And in many cases, it immediately kind of sort of went into like setting up an office, thinking about kids' education and all of that. So all of a sudden that became kind of the second chapter. And then came a time that they felt like, hey, we have been in this new kind of the world, but we need some relaxation too. We need some joyful moments too. And the third phase is where people have gone back and, looked at like, okay, what's there for inspiration? And even categories like apparels or any other kind of discretionary products that you would think, people have looked for it, guests have looked for it. So in our case, Bani, I think Target has actually operated with that same maniacal notion of focusing on our guests and making sure that we are relevant for them no matter what, whether we are in a pandemic or we are not in a pandemic. So our focus has not wavered a wee bit. Obviously, our operating kind of sort of procedures and how we have reacted to it have changed, but the singular focus of being relevant and meaningful to our guests have not changed.
Very interesting. So Rakesh, you talked about how even during this pandemic, there have been several phases, probably, contributing to a number of finger falls, as Bhaskar mentioned. And now we're seeing consumer behavior possibly reviving even for non-essential categories, where people are looking at how can I make my in-home experience a lot more pleasurable. So in this context, I want to ask, are there categories which are perhaps more relevant or more amenable for e-commerce than other categories? So, we were earlier discussing this. For example, electronics is an obvious one. A lot of people have gone out and bought phones and laptops during this time. But I wonder, they talk a lot about categories like cosmetics and apparel. But, for me, I worry that if I'm ordering cosmetics online, I might not be able to get the right shade. Unless, of course, it's a lipstick shade that I know. I'm always buying, say, 003 of L'Oreal. But other than that, I want to ask you, are there categories that lend themselves naturally to better e-commerce versus others? Bhaskar, do you want to take that?
And
sure, go ahead, Rakesh, and Bhaskar can add.
Yeah, I probably wanted to quickly build on one point, right? So as we think about, the consumer behavior shifting and they feeling like they need a few things sitting from home.
Right.
You, let's say, already are operating in e-commerce and you have relevant experiences that can offer them that solution. I think in our case, Target has thought about that again. How can we be meaningful? How can we be frictionless in dishing out that experience? So I would quote an example. Home, as we know, is a very heavily invested category in terms of time and mind space from consumers or guests, right? And you would always wonder that, hey, I would have to walk into a store. I have to see kind of the furniture that I'm trying to buy or the chair that I'm trying to buy. How would it fit in? Whether this would match to my interior decoration that I've done. So a couple of years back, Bani, we had done a 360-degree virtual shoppable room.
Oh, lovely.
That we already had built, leveraging our cutting edge capability of CGI, that we have seen guests lapping up more and more, because today they not only get that kind of the functional expertise that they think from the brand, they get that, but they also can decide like how do they want to think about what specific chair that they want, what specific ottoman that they want, and they can mix and match. So categories that were traditionally conceptualized as, oh, it has to be a physical store oriented only, through technology, through meaningful experiences that brands can build, can actually dish out that for our guests. So,
very interesting. In fact, a lot of luxury brands today have very quickly invested a lot in augmented reality, only so that they can serve their consumers better and they can serve their consumers while they're still sitting at home. Go ahead, Bhaskar. You were
So, no, I think, yes. So, Vani, I think, let me just take a slightly more historical view and I'll come to your cosmetics question. So, if you look at it, first of all, e-commerce is not a very old industry, right? It's give or take 5 to 6 years is an overall when it is actually taken. Internet itself is like a 20-year-old phenomenon. It's fairly young compared to.
yeah.
But what we have seen definitely is that as internet penetration increases in the country, right, and it happened in every single country that we have seen, is that first of all, things like travel would get 100% digitized. So every single industry where the middle did not add value has been disrupted by digital, and eventually it becomes like a full funnel consumer journey, and then none of us actually buy any travel ticket online today, right? After travel, you're looking at banking and finance, all the banks starting to kind of digitize because money can actually be transacted digitally. And then e-commerce have actually, like, because money can be transacted digitally, e-commerce has actually taken off. And apparel, people are buying apparel and all those books and the whole Amazon phenomenon. And then food tech has actually taken off, gaming has taken off. And now we have reached a stage when India today has almost like 500 million internet users and hundreds of millions of shoppers currently. So we are seeing even traditional categories like grocery, right? Kirana, grocery, automotives. All the OEMs in India are actually looking at dealer digitization and also reimagining how a dealership would look like for tomorrow, right? Overall, or consumer electronics, durables. So I think the argument, not even the discussion is not really about whether e-commerce or is going to take over and will the traditional retail is going to become redundant, right? It is not online versus offline. Even in the most developed country like the United States, only 11% of their entire retail is on e-commerce, even today. And it is one of the most advanced countries, right? But the fact is, 89% of all retail is influenced by a digital touch point. And that's the fundamental change.
That's very interesting.
Which makes a difference. And that brings me to your question on cosmetics, right? Beauty is one category within the whole FMCG space, which is ready to be really go digital in a very big way. For example, I just want to share with you, because the whole ecosystem, right? The whole user journey from discovery of something to sampling to buying to feedback, the whole ecosystem is actually digitized. So think of it this way. There are almost 4 billion queries happening on the internet, and Google has been aggregating intent, right? There are 4 billion queries on beauty alone in India. I'm talking about India, and 60% of this is actually happening on on YouTube. And then you have almost 200 odd beauty creators, creating almost like 400 million views every month. On an average, right? And all these guys are more than 1 million subscriber kind of channels. So you're talking about this consumer discovery and the influencers simplifying the decision for the users, right? And you see the whole e-commerce taking off. So what we are seeing is that clearly, like, not only the traditional companies like a L'Oreal and a Unilever trying to go digital, and you see many of them have now direct-to-consumer kind of approaches. But there are a lot of brands like Sugar Cosmetics, there are a lot of brands like Mama Earth, who have not even spent a penny in a traditional way, whether offline or having presence in online, are actually being able to build 200, 300 crore kind of businesses, right? From nowhere. So there are large direct-to-consumer brands, there are a large influencer ecosystem, there are big brands digitized, consumers already on board. So when your ecosystem is right, is developed in a right way, every category can be digitized. So unless you are selling steel, I think you should be convinced that digital touchpoint will impact your offline purchase.
No, so that's very interesting. You know, in fact, I was reading about a Chinese company that had a whole lot of store promoters in their, in their beauty outlet. And what they've done is they've converted all of those beauty advisors to becoming online beauty advisors and influencers. And with that, they've actually seen a spike in sales, which is many-fold of what they had, in fact, pre-COVID. So, which also brings me to, there are platforms like Bulbul, where there are even for tier 2, tier 3 cities, they're showcasing how a product can be used, and via demonstration and via building credibility on how this product can be used. It's bringing a lot of traction from smaller tier cities. So my question here is, typically when one thinks of e-commerce, one thinks about people who are digitally savvy, right? And in India, we always talk about growth coming from the next billion, and Pawan would be able to help me with this. But tell me, with all of this shift, radical shift towards e-commerce, whether it be actual buying or using online to make a decision, like you said, even in the case of US, 89% of it has actually been influenced by digital. Where do you think is the predominant shift? Or do you think even tier 2, tier 3 cities are actually in step with this digital transformation? Do you see a lot of activity over there?
Yeah, so Vani, I like the word digital transformation. I think it's just not from a business perspective. I also feel that it's happening in our life. Like I was talking to my team in the afternoon. So I'm from Bombay, and imagine what a Ganesh Chaturthi is going to be. I think we'll be visiting homes, our friends and family through Zoom. I mean, that's what is definitely going to happen,
Yes.
right? So I think it's changing. It's really playing a huge role in terms of. I mean, I feel that some of the technologies actually got us together far more closer. If you
Yes.
right? And we were discussing that maybe the festivities we are celebrating it in a more with more spirit, if you look at, right? And I think technology is definitely providing that, right? So I think that's a big change is happening across all of us as consumers. And I agree to what Bhaskar said, and I really like the line which he said. What was it? The walking
Finger falls.
Finger falls. Yeah.
Finger falls.
I think that's really going to impact. And Vani, when we were talking earlier, even let's talk about tier 2 and tier 3, right? I mean, how are these small time retail stores, how are they doing businesses? So I believe WhatsApp has played a big role in terms of really creating business for them, right? So whether it's high-tech technology or a Jugaadu technology, I think it's everywhere and it's going to stay. I mean, that's for sure. I mean, even at Big Bazaar, in the smaller towns, right, where we actually gave service to our customer with a WhatsApp number saying, just click your list. If you don't want to type, just send it across to us and we'll deliver it back to you, right? So I think these are small, large, big changes which are happening everywhere. And I agree to most of you in terms of it's not a question about offline retail or online retail, right? I think it's a shift in terms of the way we are engaging and the way phone is becoming important to us, right? I think to me, that's the biggest, net takeout. Whether you want to socialize, whether you want to meet your relatives, whether you want to play Ludo, whether you want to do gaming, I think it's all I think the world is coming to a small device called phone. And I think there is a huge dependency, which we are showcasing in terms of socializing, buying, networking, conferencing right now. I think everything. So I think that's a big shift, and I believe it's going to continue for sure.
So that's very interesting. You're saying that Big Bazaar was, you were actually allowing consumers to take a picture of their shopping list, and all they had to do was to just take a picture of their handwritten shopping list, and you would send them, everything that they had on that list. 100%. That is fantastic.
That's how to actually, empower the customer, because there are lots of, housewife as our customers. They're not comfortable maybe typing. And I'm sure Bhaskar will create something for them for sure very soon. But I'm just saying, you know, these are the challenges, and this is how India has to sort of, it'll grow, you know, this is how the penetration will grow, right? And there's so much of jugaad which happens, you know, at people level is not funny. And that's where we learn from them actually. It's so much of reverse learning which happens from consumer, and we've always embraced it. We've always done that.
I think
Bani,
Vani,
might be, Bani, if you think it may be relevant, right? Every time when we have a panel discussion like this, the conversation, whether even before this pandemic, right? The conversation is all about, hey, how is digital growing? Digital is more important than ever before. What we know for sure, before this pandemic or post this pandemic, that question is not to be disputed.
Right.
That digital is the future. But knowing that it's a group of marketeers that have come together for a session like this, I think instead of even presenting this discussion as a flip of a switch, that, oh, now this pandemic has hit and all of us should jump into this e-commerce bandwagon, we should think about what are some of those foundational capabilities that are also important, whether it was pre-digital or post-digital.
Absolutely.
Let me give an example.
Yes.
When we think about this pandemic and the importance of digital and the ability to be able to transact, the most important thing that consumers or guests in our case continue to look up to is solidity of information. The veracity of, like, what are you offering, right? So in that case, the importance of content, like how are you thinking about presenting what you have to sell, irrespective of which category that you are operating in, is critical. And in that case, like in a scenario that we are talking about in this post-pandemic, I would draw your attention to, obviously, product information, the ability to be able to demonstrate like how to use that product, usage videos, and so on and so forth. But more importantly, what are your fellow consumers talking about it? How do you think about UGC coming into play? Like the way we talked about a beauty advisor today, for us, beauty as a category is heavily influenced by UGC. And we are leveraging that. So as a marketeer, as a student of like marketing, where consumers are going, I think we'll have to start thinking about it a bit more holistically, again, being anchored on the guest as we think about it. And we at, just at Target, we have always felt that that is one thing that has stood the test of the time. And in that context, the physical stores will continue to be relevant because they will play kind of an embedded role. And this is the true vision of that omni-channel, retailing or omni-channel, even customer engagement that we talk about. We are there where they need us. We are there to offer them the solutions that they need, no matter where they want to engage.
So I know Bhaskar talks very passionately about connected commerce, but I'm going to take this discussion a little towards, what Pawan said. Pawan said, we don't want to restrict our, we don't want consumers to be restricted by their ability to type, which is why they came up with this very simple solution. Or you talked about the solidity of information, about the veracity of information offered. So would it be fair to say that today, given that, a lot of our internet users, about 60% of our internet users do come from tier 2, tier 3 cities. And there's also a statistic that says about 75% of the internet users are also vernacular language users. Today, we perhaps are more restricted by our ability to dish out content in the many different languages that India is about. And if we were to have far greater participation in voice and vernacular, then we'd be able to see a far greater explosion of the possibilities of not just e-commerce, but also what we call, integrated or connected commerce.
Yeah. So, Vani,
Yes.
in fact, this whole assumption and hypothesis that the next billion users who are going to come to the internet are going to be less savvy than the first 100, 200 million users, right? Is really an assumption, right? It is not tested. I think
Right.
you see when it comes to the time spent on smartphone, from the time somebody feature phone to a smartphone, even from a tier 2 user or even a rural user, over a period of 1 or 2 years, right? The user actually catches up on the time spent watching video apps, right? So wherever language is not a barrier, the user actually upgrades, and actually mimics the urban user. So there is absolutely no difference that we see. Number one. Second thing is that it's very interesting, right? Like one of the reasons for massive success of their behavior is very different. So we always keep talking about video, voice, and vernacular are the three big barriers, or three big trends, right? Which is going to leapfrog the next generation of users. So, and hence solutions like Bulbul, right, which is offering video commerce. They may not want to type or text or etc. Right? Just want to or they may just. But today they are calling their store nearby store. Tomorrow that entire interaction could actually be digital. So this whole connected commerce need to be reimagined for them, for us to penetrate deeply into the next 100 million users in India by solving for all the things that you have just said. But what is definitely going to not change is the fact that whether it is an urban guy or a rural guy, if there is any consumer who's walking into your store, he or she is much more informed than ever before. You will see that the footfalls per week, in a mall is going to, I heard the number, it used to be 4 per week. It is now going to be 2 per week, right, on an average. Now, the number of footfalls in auto dealerships have actually declined, but people are coming just to buy, right? They know what to do, what not to do. So this whole online research, online purchase, offline behavior is going to go 10x during this phase. And I think, as the ecosystem solves for voice, vernacular, and video in a big way, it will bring the next 100 million shoppers also online pretty quickly.
So question to Bhaskar and Pawan, do you think post-COVID, like Bhaskar is saying, do you think the consumer behavior is likely to stick? With coronavirus, all of us have been pushed into behaving in different ways. Pushed into as in whether we wanted to or not, e-commerce has radically accelerated. In what ways do you think consumer behavior will stick post-COVID? Are we likely to be changed entities post-COVID?
So my response, Vani, to this, so one thing which I kind of disagree with Bhaskar, if you look at the fabric of India, right?
Yeah.
I think, it's very different compared to many other developed countries, because I think when it comes to going out or even shopping or even going to a mall or even going to a store, it's a part of our social fabric, right? We don't have infrastructure where, we can go for a weekend to a park and stuff like that, right? So there is a lot of beyond shopping which happens. I mean, we have seen it in Big Bazaar, where in the smaller towns, if you go, actually people come dressed up there, right? You will not see a woman not wearing a proper sari and stuff like that. So it's also a lot to do with, how people are trying to figure out or socialize, in some of these spaces, right? So I think, of course, like COVID is kind of forcing them to be inside their house because they don't have choices. But my point is that that's not something which is ever going to go away from India, right? Because we have very, very, very limited, infrastructure, right? And this is how we use it, right? That's one point which I want to make. Secondly, my bigger point is about that, how mobile is going to become an enabler, right? And therefore, I think businesses, they have to change. And that's why I quite like what Bhaskar said. It's like, obviously there is a surge, there is everything which is going to happen, but finally where the purchase happens, we'll see. My belief is that, both of them will coexist as much as there, but just the dependency on, making mobile a part of your extended personality is going to be very, very high, right? I mean, and therefore I think, you know, like we can see video calls, video chat, there's so much happening, right? So I feel, you know, the dependency on mobile is going to be very, very high. And therefore, I think all of us as businesses, we need to change and we need to be part of their entire moment. You call it search, you call it discovery, whatever you call it, right? We need to be part of that.
Very nice. So Pawan, you talked about how, you know, in India, going out to a store is actually a social event for us. We dress up.
Absolutely.
Rakesh, do you want to comment on that? Since Target is all US, tell us what do you think are the one or two differences?
I was itching to kind of say that.
Go ahead.
Two perspectives quickly.
Yes.
One is, I think it's not going to be kind of completely go away. Like the way we think about the impact of the pandemic. Like there are some behaviors that we are demonstrating today, whether it's United States, whether it's in India, there are some behaviors that are there for the pandemic, and that's very specific. There are some behaviors that we are learning, which are actually good for us, that would ideally things that we would love to embrace and it would help us.
Nice.
But at the end of the day, value will transcend. Value for what consumers or guests
Very nice.
kind of crave for, that's what would transcend this notion of like, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's not a pandemic, will 2022 be different from 2021? Of course it will be different. But we as companies or brands or marketeers, we will have to make sure that we are remaining flexible. We are learning from our guests or consumers, and we are continuing to adapt as we hear from them, as we observe them, and as we try to be meaningful for them. That is how I think we would have to run.
Very well said, Rakesh. In fact, since you specifically took that question about, talked about what we must serve to our consumers, there is this question specifically on consumer behavior. You know, the question from the, you know, from the audience is, will consumer behavior change after the vaccine is out? Would anybody have a view on that? Do you think we will all go back to stores once the vaccine is out?
I'll give it a shot. First of all, I think both Target in the US and Big Bazaar in India have been the largest consumer champs, and I think I completely agree with the current thought process, right? And when it comes to, you know, like maybe there are many Indias and we need to do much more to kind of change the overall behavior. However, I want to just share one big statistic which is in public domain. In July 2020, the number of UPI transactions are 1.5 billion in July. 1.5 billion UPI transactions and 82% year-on-year growth.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
And the money transacted, you know, on that is actually for 2,90,000 crores. Okay. So consumers, once the, I think digital payments is a big, I would say, lead indicator for consumers' ability to kind of move from, you know, traditional ways of transacting to the next way, right? Because, and I also manage entertainment as a sector as a part of my portfolio. The number of net paying consumers, right, for things like gaming or OTT platforms for subscription, right, overall, India has been, you know, among the highest, if not the highest in the world in the recent period. So what we are seeing is that we are seeing consumers from being a lot more, I would say, familiar and comfortable with transacting online, and that behavior is not going to change post-COVID, etc. Second is people are constantly seeking value and they're going to research a lot more, and that is not going to change. And the third statistic is that the rural growth among internet users is 4 times that of urban growth, you know, during this phase. So there's going to be accelerated digitization. So all these factors gives me some confidence to say that I think the journey that US has taken to reach 11% of retail, right? I think India is going to possibly like make the entire journey faster, because there's a lot of action happening here, right? From internet penetration, video penetration, data prices, smartphone penetration, payments penetration. So all these combined factors are going to accelerate the digitization. Having said that, again, the whole era is about coexistence, and digital will be a biggest enabler and a transformative core to the overall retail business.
Bhaskar, I think I want to build on that point just from a number perspective, right? Very, very quickly. And again, a very different world, right? US. I will tell you, you talked about 80% growth of UPI payments in first quarter, which was kind of the quarter that saw the most impact of the pandemic in the onset stage. Our digital business grew by 141%, but our overall business also grew by 11%. And these are big numbers.
Yes.
Yeah, on that base, I can imagine it's a very big number.
So when, and
Rakesh, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, and
Yeah.
I'm going to take one last question. I think we just have a couple of minutes left to go. There is a question from Swapan Chaudhary, and the question is, you know, since Pawan was talking about people flocking to Big Bazaar outlets because it's a social event, the question is, how important is the visual content of the offered products on any e-commerce site? The fact that I am still dependent on the number of visuals posted of the product if I have to make a decision. Of course, there are online user reviews, etc. But I don't have the luxury of what I can do in the store, which is to turn the product around, try and use it, you know, see how it feels, etc. Especially for fabric, for me, is a big issue on how it might fall on my body, for example. So how does e-commerce solve for that? Is AR, VR the only option, which is all very expensive and high-tech?
So if I may take, Vani, I think content is always going to be important because what you're selling is you have to glamorize it. And I think, you know, in a physical store, a salesperson does it by describing it, you know, in a way. If you look at it in the online world, I think the content, the video, or the shoot has to do that, right? I mean, that's very fundamental of kind of selling a product or experience.
Yes.
Right. That doesn't take away. So one needs to just imagine, right, you know, that you are in this world and you know how you would want to capture. I mean, I in my Facebook feed, there is this woman called, I think, Shanti, right, from UK, right? She's a Indian born UK, and I believe she works for Google out there in UK. And I've been seeing she does live on Facebook, and she sells products. It's amazing.
Okay.
It's amazing the way she describes it, and she sells high-end jewelry, by the way.
Wow.
Facebook Live session, and she does it I'm going to share the link with all of you on the WhatsApp.
Wow.
Have a look. See, this is what it is. I mean, I'm saying that, you know, these are fundamental of selling, right? Which you have to. Somebody's doing it live with you there every hour, every day, and selling products like anything. Or you are an e-commerce platform where you can't interact in, you know, such a personal way, but your content has to do the job. I mean, there's nothing taking away from it. Absolutely.
So there's almost nothing that one can't do in e-commerce, and it's also going to give rise to a lot of allied industries. Like, you know, the quality of photo shoots will have to radically go up.
Yes, absolutely.
Good photographers will be in demand.
Yeah, Vani, I think just to build on that's the whole point, right? Like, one is things like AR, VR can take off. India is already touching almost like 100 million phones which can support AR core. So that means that there will be more innovation in that space. But nothing cute the physical, you know, touch and feel, and hence you know that learning is important. So we need machine learning, but definitely we need a lot of human learning, you know, to be able to blend both the worlds over time.
Yes. Super. So with that, can we end?
Yeah.
Shiny?
Absolutely, Vani. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kavya.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. And I think we managed to get some amazing insights thanks to all of you. And thank you, Vani, for beautifully spearheading this. I was taking a look at the chat and everybody is like, can somebody share the entire video? Because there are so many Nice to note down. Thank you so much again to all of our speakers. Well, that's right indeed. It was wonderful to see how you've all shared how the world is in fact coming to the mobile phone. Earlier, it was all about us going over there to the retail outlets, but all the ideas, everything is coming to the mobile phone now. And with that, I'm going to also take a moment to thank all our attendees who have dropped in some amazing questions. And Vani, in fact, managed to pick some really good questions from the chat as well. So thank you once again to Bhaskar. Thank you very much, Mr. Rakesh. Thank you, Mr. Pavan. And thank you once again, Vani, for joining us in the session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was lovely. Thank you, Vani.
All right, all right. Interesting. What a fabulous start. In fact, some fabulous perspectives flowing in right away at the start of our session over here. I hope all our speakers have managed to also sort of connect with each other right there before they could connect with all of our attendees. Attendees, thank you so much, and let's keep those questions coming as well. We're about to get started with our next session right away. In fact, from one session to another, we're going to be, that's right, we have our next speaker, Aditi Sharma, who's the Regional Director of Salesforce, who's joining in. Now, one thing that we know for sure is that in our next session, we will be focusing on something more crucial when we're talking about the Salesforce state of marketing and the consumer insights. As we all know that Salesforce in fact stands for innovation, is also the innovative company behind the world's #1 CRM platform that the employees can access entirely over the internet. And I think it's so befitting to have Aditi join us here. Good afternoon, Aditi. Thank you so much for joining us. And on that note, I'm going to quickly hand over the session to you. Over to you then.
Thank you, Kavya. Can I just request Chandni to pull up the slides? So I'm here. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm here to talk about, I saw a lot of chats coming up to share the statistics, and I'm here to talk 20 minutes only on statistics. So I hope you get your fill of statistics. So moving on, I'm here to present State of Marketing report to you. Chandni, if you can move to the next slide. Thank you. My name is Aditi Sharma. I'm the Regional Sales Director for Salesforce Marketing Cloud. And today's session is going to focus on lots of statistics about a first-party report that we conducted, a research sometime back. And I'll be happy to have more comments, your views on it. So Chani, if you can move to the next slide. Great. So before I pull up numbers and summarize all these numbers, I just wanted to run a quick poll. This is all about State of Marketing report, and there are multiple priorities that have changed in the last couple of months. What I want to know from you all is, can you guess what are most of the marketing heads saying their #1 priority is in the year 2020? Is it about complying with privacy regulation? Is it more about innovating, finding new ways to sell? Or is it more about engaging customers in real time? What do you think from your experience has been, will be the #1 priority? I'm sure things have changed in the last 6 months after we all went into lockdown. So giving you 2-3 minutes to think through, because I'm going to talk about this, what marketers have thought and how things have changed in the last 6 months, and what do we think things look like going forward. Okay, so do we have any responses coming in? Excellent. All right, interesting. And I'm definitely going to talk more about this. Most of you say that engaging with customers in real time is the most important thing. Great, we'll talk about this as we go forward. Let's move back to the presentation. So just before I get into the statistics, I wanted to let you all know the coverage of the State of Marketing report, right? We are on the 6th edition of State of Marketing. Salesforce conducts a lot of first-party research where we gather data on various topics. Today's topic is for State of Marketing, where we talk to a whole lot of CMOs. In fact, 1/3 of our respondents were predominantly CMOs and VP of marketing. We covered a cross-section of geographies, countries, and continents. We covered small, medium enterprise business to the largest enterprises globally. And we also ensured that we covered all forms of industries, from B2B to B2B to C. So I'm fairly certain that these numbers and metrics will resonate with a lot of you. Can we move to the next slide? Great. So some of the evolving trends that the marketeers told us in 2020, in this year, the topmost priority that most of the marketeers, India and globe, said that innovation will be on the topmost of their priority. Now, last year, engaging customers in real time was number one, but this year it has come to number two, and innovation has come as number one, and naturally so, because the traditional ways of selling and marketing to our existing customer base or prospect base has completely gone through a change. All of us are in a lockdown. The way we buy, the way we consume content, the way we interact with brands, everything has changed. And Pawan, talked about it. Bhaskar gave a lot of metrics around it. But while innovation becomes number one, it's equally important that when you're engaging your customers in real time, customers also give a lot of focus on the trust part of it, on how are you using their data? Are you doing that in a trusted manner, given the privacy regulations that are there? This trust deficit has become the number 3 priority for marketeers, because this is what will drive bigger engagements with the brand. And when you look on the right-hand side of the slide, on the top challenges that the marketeers are facing, the engaging with customers in real time is the number 1 challenge. Now, it's interesting that this same aspect was the number 1 priority last year, and this year it has become the number 1 challenge, going to show how tough it is to actually engage with the customers in real time. With the number of data sources that are proliferating, the number of devices, the number of time that customers are spending on the devices, this has become the number one challenge for the marketers. And obviously ensuring, while innovation continues to be a challenge because of systemic issues, the lockdown, etc., also ensuring that the entire customer journey is cohesive across every single touch point, which is channels or devices, is a topmost challenge for the marketers. Now, these statistics are including India and global. Towards the end of the session, I will definitely talk about specifically Indian statistics as well, but this is a good representation of what the CMOs are thinking about. Next slide, please. So given these priorities that you have seen, marketers are thinking, how are the marketing heads allocating their budgets? Now, obviously, this report was released in Jan, and then our CMO, along with a couple of global CMOs, spent time to figure out how relevant these findings still are. And one of the most important aspects that came out of it is that advertising budgets across all industries have taken a cut. We don't have the luxury of spending on advertising the way we used to spend. However, the B2C marketers definitely said that while the advertising budgets are on a pause, they definitely expect as things improve, as we go into unlock versions, different versions of unlock, advertising budgets will start coming up, but the biggest investments that they will make is towards improving the people and technology aspect. Bhaskar talked about finger falls. I really like that term, finger falls. As the physical footfalls are converting into digital footfalls or finger falls, it is important to invest in people and technology, irrespective of whether you are a B2C, B2B2C, or B2B organization. And when you look at a B2B organization, an account based on a content marketing will hold a lot of importance. Next slide, please. Obviously, marketing can never work in a silo. And, especially now when we heard a panelist talk so passionately about an omni-channel experience, an experience which is stitched, whether it's offline or online, we wanted to check with our CMOs on how do they see collaboration within their organization. And since we are talking marketing, the 2 most important functions that they collaborate with, number 1 is e-commerce. And in e-commerce, what was heartening to see this year is that nearly 80% of the marketing and e-commerce teams share the same common goals and metrics. And how that helps is that a customer is put in the center, and all the communication that goes out from marketing is around the customer's purchase or buying behavior. So whether it is sending an email or a social media message, every single thing happens around the customer. And this can happen only when marketers said 79% of them have a look at the same data. When you're looking at the same data and when your systems are integrated, and 80% of them said that, the ability for marketing and commerce to collaborate becomes much better. Next slide, please. We then went and checked with the marketing heads on how is the collaboration between marketing and customer service. Well, this may not be as good as the e-commerce. There are some positive signals that we saw. Even here, we did notice that the marketing and service share a lot of common goals. Around 80% of them have common goals and metrics. But what was really good to see, and this is where truly innovation comes to the forefront, that 78% of the customer service agents, they are empowered to sell at the point of a customer call. That means when a customer is calling you in real time and context, the call center agents are able to pitch the right offer to them. And not just that, 64% of the marketing is suppressed to customers who have got an open ticket, which just goes to show that there is more and more increasing focus on bringing the systems and technologies to come together, integrate, and put the customer in the center truly. Next slide, please. Now, talking about this communication, right? It's natural for any marketer to think about the channels that is giving the communication out to the customer. So naturally, we were curious to know what were the most important communication channels. Now, remember, we talked about few key priorities. We said innovation, talking to customer, engaging with them in real time, privacy. These are some of the top priorities of marketer. And it is natural to see that website becomes the most important communication channel for them. When the website becomes, and the reason why it is most important, the marketers, the CMOs told us, is because there is better control. It is much easier to control and customize and personalize communications on the website in real time. But what's also interesting for you to note is the emergence of the newer channels like a video, OTT, audio channel, and actually social continues to be an important channel when it comes to communication. Next slide, please. Now let's just double click a little bit on the channels itself, right? We tried to find out how have things changed across the channel. Have the strategies around each channel been the same, or has there been a change? And very small fraction of people, marketers rather, said that there has been no change in the channel strategy. But a majority of them did say that there has been a huge percentages come. The first important trend and change in each channel is on improved audience segmentation, right? How do you decide what is the right audience to target and when? And the second most important thing is the personalization. And I think we are all experiencing this at our own level, whether it is about grocery shopping. Pawan talked about that, how they are personalizing, how they have managed to take the pictures and then take the list and create the shopping cart. These two aspects of audience segmentation and personalizations have been enabled by a recent uptick in technologies like data management platforms, AI. These platforms and technologies have enabled the audience segmentation and personalizations to happen. Next slide, please. Now, these channels, obviously, when you look at a siloed manner and standalone, each of these channels will have its own relevance to the marketer. But when you put the customer, when you put the focus on the customer and you see the entire buying cycle, whether it's B2C or B2B2C, and irrespective of the size of the company, any customer buying cycle starts with awareness, where a brand spends a lot of time in brand building. It goes to a then to receive 5 channels in each of these phases that is important for you to use to communicate your message best to the customer. And naturally, when it comes to communication, keeping the content in mind, definitely scored very high points, right? When it is about brand building, or whether it's about cross-selling and upselling. We also saw, whenever there were conversations for them. Lowering of preference for social media channel, but depending upon the stage at which customer is, this kept getting, the percentage points kept getting reduced. So it's clearly, every channel, becomes depending on the stage, but it's very, very important that all these channels work in a very coordinated fashion. And that brings me to the next slide, which is showing how well coordinated the channel strategy 82 time we prove and dynamic 18, whereas in 20 the number the what do I mean dynamic? That
Hi, Aditi.
it clears
Aditi, I'm sorry to
and
interrupt over here.
an SMS.
Aditi, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your video is getting stuck. So if you can just turn off your video, at least we'll get to, sort of listen to you. Your video is hanging out there. That's why. If you can just turn off your video, that'll be fine. We can at least listen to your insights.
I've switched. Just,
It's breaking in parts.
all right, let me know. I'll just begin.
This is
I'll
much
begin
better.
talking. Let me know if it is better.
Yeah,
Awesome.
this is much better.
Okay. I'll just stay put right here, innovating as we go along. Right. Okay, awesome. So what do I mean when I talk about channel coordination, right? So siloed channels, the siloed, okay, I saw the comments. I will just quickly give you a view. I talked in the last 3 slides, I'm focusing more on the channel strategy, right? And the first point that I was trying to communicate is which channels are more important. And I summarized by saying that websites continue to be the most important channel because your ability to personalize the content, control the content. The second thing that I talked about in this slide, and this is an interesting insight that came, is there is an increasing focus and uptick in channels like OTT, video and audio, right? Whereas social continues to be an important channel. The second thing in the next slide, thank you, Chandni, that you brought up, that I talked about are the changes across the channel. And very few marketeers talked about no change in each channel strategy, but majority of them talked about seeing a big change in 2 key aspects. One is an improved audience segmentation, and the second one is an improved channel. And adoption like data. Finally, to well, these channels are coordinated amongst each other. Chani, if you can move to the next slide. Sorry. The when we looked, when it came to customer information, good, that's where the influencer as well as the communities came to the picture. And channel coordination continues to be very important. And this year, it has become even more important than before. And when I talk about channel coordination is how relevant, how coordinated, and how much in sync one channel is with the other. So for example, if I send an email, whether the email customer, when they land on your website, will see on the from 32% 2 years now, nearly half with each other. Next slide, please. So obviously, when you talk about all these changes and innovations that are taking place, it becomes very important for the most in any organization, which is the people. What are the skill sets that CMOs wants their teams to focus on? Obviously, the one where there is highest level of skills existing is on the communication and creativity. Naturally so, because these are the traditional fields in any marketing organization which are present in abundance. But when you look at the bottom of the slide, right, 2 things stand out which are clearly lacking in skill sets in any marketing organization. The first one is the increased focus on technology. Technology is really helping bridge the gap in this online, offline, post-COVID world. So data science, AI, audiovisual, AR, VR, all these technologies are coming to the forefront, and data science will definitely be a skill that every marketer needs to have. And obviously the next big thing is empathetic marketing, right? We are all in a situation that we never anticipated ourselves to be, and it is even more important than before for marketeers to be emotionally aware of the kind of messaging that they are communicating. Brings me. Hi, Kavya or Chandni, can you move to the next slide, please? And I think
Aditi, once again, I'm sorry to interrupt
these
here.
global creation sticks. But I also went.
Lost your voice, your audio, completely lost your audio over here.
Is it better now? Sorry,
I'm afraid it's not actually. It's been breaking. Can we do one thing? I believe this is almost your last slide, right? Isn't it? This is the last bit of insight left. Okay. So, all right. So Aditi, what we can do is we can probably pause the session here because we're not able to hear. Yeah. Okay, Aditi, so what I'm going to do is, considering that I'm not able to hear you, so with our attendees as well, there's a huge audio lag over there. What we can do is we will share these slides and the video, of course, with our attendees on our website. So we'll do that. But on that note, I'll probably pause your session if that's okay with you. Okay. All right. So it looks like... Okay, attendees, this is the only time that we are reminded that we are unified by technology and internet. So, Aditi, what I'm going to do here is I'll pause the session, and I believe it was almost the last bit of the slide. So attendees, don't worry, we'll share these slides, we'll share the video as well, because quite a few interesting inputs we managed to gain from the slides and from the presentation, and we don't want to miss that. I was in fact noting it down on my notepad as well, just like many of you. But then on that note, we also have a positive time, so we're going to respect the time of the next set of speakers, and we will ensure that Aditi's video and the slides will be shared with all of you. So we're going to definitely promise you that. We'll share the
Excellent.
link.
Happy to take questions on the LinkedIn if there is any, but I'm sure my audio is back now.
I know, Aditi. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but what we can do is
absolutely
request the attendees to share the questions on LinkedIn so that you can actually have them answered as well. So attendees, please note, Aditi is still available to answer your queries. We got some very interesting queries as well. So Aditi will have them answered on the chat as well as on LinkedIn. Thank you so much, Aditi, for your time and for some
thank you.
Consumer insights, just what we were looking forward to in the summit. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
All right then. Well, ladies and gentlemen, time to move on to our next session. But let me also inform you that the 6th edition of the State of Marketing Report by Salesforce Research will also be available on the link that is on the chat. So please don't forget to download it. We'll have that particular link available for all of you on the chat. So please don't forget to download. This is the 6th edition of the State of Marketing Report by Salesforce Research. So on that note, let's also then, yes, that's right. Please go ahead and click the download button. Please download it as well. Super, time for our next session, and we're talking about the impact of COVID, the key trends in e-commerce as we talk about, because 2020 for that matter, and this whole global pandemic has brought about a new set of consumer trends and understanding of the consumer, both in the retail and the e-commerce space. So joining us, we have with us Suraj Dhillon, who's the National Director e-commerce with Group M. So firstly, good afternoon, Suraj. Wonderful to have you join us here.
Good afternoon, Kavya.
Thank you very much indeed. And so without any delay, we're going to hand over the session to you and let's get to understand the key trends in e-commerce from you. Over to you, Suraj.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. To start off, it's sort of been a surreal past 5 to 6 months, and we've had the other speakers also speak about the various changes that we've seen in our environment today, where time spent online by consumers has increased rapidly, digital payments have soared, and spurred by repeated and lengthy lockdowns, there's been a noticeable shift in terms of retail purchases to online channels. But questions still remain on what has actually been the quantitative impact in terms of various stages of the purchase funnel. Are we seeing signs of stickiness, or is there a temporary shift? We saw the panel discussion where that topic was debated. And also, what is the kind of consumer sentiment towards future purchases? More importantly, aside from the consumer, we also look at the other partners in the value chain or the other players in the value chain like retailers and platforms. How is it impacting their behavior? And sorry, just give me a second. Yeah. And therefore, to try and answer these questions, we'd be looking at 5 key trends across platform, retailer, as well as consumer behavior. And our aim at the end of it is to see that how we can link these trends to certain actionables in terms of how brands should respond to them. Now, to start off, and before diving into the trends, what I'd like to look at is the kind of impact that we've seen at an overall growth level, as well as from a value penetration level of the online space. So overall, e-tail has, according to sources, grown by approximately 24 to 25% if you compare June, July versus pre-COVID. If you look at the grocery space specifically, that's almost doubled in terms of size and doubled in terms of value penetration. And non-grocery, while the offline space has seen a drop of approximately 60% because mobility of consumers to non-grocery retail as well as recreation stores has also dropped by 60%. What we've seen online is that we've seen a growth of around 20%. And because of that, we've seen penetration levels in terms of value of non-grocery really skyrocketing, almost tripling from an 8% level to a 25, 26% level. Now, while we've seen what the value impact and the penetration impact has been, a question which arises is what's the source of growth of this particular growth? What's the kind of contribution which consumers doing their first purchases online have to this particular growth story? And if we look at the data, around 20% of consumers who made purchases, e-retail purchases during this particular period were new consumers. If you look at it from an e-FMCG perspective, that number rises to around 33%. More importantly, these new consumers, because of various systemic issues and otherwise, made their first purchases in grocery or beauty, almost 30% of them. And when we compare it to the earlier state where primarily new customer acquisition used to happen in categories such as electronics and in fashion, this is a significant shift. Now coming to where these consumers are actually coming from, almost 74% of them are coming from tier 3 and below cities. While the earlier split was very similar in terms of 68%, what we need to note is that if we specifically look at the e-grocery space, we see that currently metros and tier 1 cities approximately contribute to 9 to 10% of total e-grocery within metros. But for tier 2 and below cities, that number is as low as 0.1%. And therefore, with new models and greater potential reach in the space, this number would see a significant shift. Now, to start off with our trends, the first trend that we'll focus on is the consumer's choice and usage of platforms. And here what we see is that customer growth across platforms as compared to overall customer growth is higher, which indicates that consumers are using multiple platforms. Now, while during the period of say April to June, There may have been instances with respect to availability and delivery issues which force consumers to explore other platform options. What we also feel is that a major trend which is playing a role is that consumers are planning their purchases more. They're seeking more incremental value. This was alluded to also in the earlier discussions, and that is a major reason also for this particular shift. Another reason also is that earlier for grocery purchases, there were certain customer behaviors from either a top up or a basket purchase, which has also moved on to instant purchases. And therefore, multiple platforms with different operational models and different benefits that they provide to the consumer are increasing in terms of usage. Two other great trends that we see here is that customer growth is generally higher for the top players as compared to lower user-based players. And more importantly, consumers are purchasing from multiple verticals and categories. And this is a trend that we'll explore later as well in greater detail. Now, coming to trend number 2, consumers are relying more on marketplaces for product research. And if we look at the stats in terms of there's been approximately a 60% increase in terms of average daily search volume. The number of products viewed by consumers has increased by approximately 41%. And more importantly, the amount of time that consumers are spending on e-commerce portals has increased by 37%. Now, an interesting nuance to this time is that earlier, the time spent by consumers used to be skewed towards specific time slots. So for example, for women, it used to generally be in the afternoons. For men, it used to be primarily in late evenings. But what has happened to this skew is that it's sort of flattened out, sort of evened out. And therefore, what it provides is a more uniform distribution in terms of time slots when consumers actually browse and purchase on platforms. Now, we've looked at how consumer behavior overall has changed. An interesting point to note there was that we saw that we approximately saw 60% in terms of increased searches. Your overall value has increased by 20%. While there may be a role which is played there from a down trading perspective, the primary reason why this has happened, as I mentioned, was because consumers are researching more. And a trend which evolves from this is that it would not only have an online impact. And this was again alluded to in the earlier panel discussion. In fact, according to a Group M consumer survey of metro upper middle income consumers, almost 49% of consumers actually browse online and then do their purchases offline. So once we see even non-grocery opening up, mobility increasing towards non-grocery stores, the actions that you take in terms of the awareness and consideration level specifically for consumers online will have an impact in terms of your offline purchases as well. Coming to trend number 3, and we've covered platform usage, we've covered pre-purchase behavior. Now we'll focus on purchase behavior specifically. And the questions which generally arise are consumers widening their purchases across categories? Are they buying more frequently? Are consumers shopping more per order? And the answer to all these questions is yes. So we've seen almost a 40% increase in the number of subcategories purchased by the customer. The frequency has increased by approximately 10%. And if we look at the FMCG space specifically, where average order values generally used to be in the range of around 600 to 700 rupees, that has actually increased on platforms to almost 800 to 900 rupees. An interesting trend also here is that it's not only restricted to repeat customers, but also consumers who are doing their purchases online for the first time. In fact, consumers who made their first purchases online in the month of April, we saw that approximately 40% of those consumers went on to make full basket purchases in the subsequent months. And by full basket purchases here, what I mean is that you have at least 4 items in your cart and you have a minimum order value of around 900 rupees. So this is not only restricted to repeat consumers, but we are seeing also new consumers showing some signs of initial stickiness. So though it's still awaited to see once mobility opens up completely, whether this trend holds or not. Now while we've seen that there has been an increase in terms of the number of subcategories purchased, in terms of the average order value, and in terms of overall value, What we see when we drill down to the kind of products which are purchased is that we still see that consumers are definitely still prioritizing fundamentals over certain discretionary spends. So while we look at categories and changes in entertainment, dining out, and work mobility levels leading to spikes in products for home office setups, for kitchen goods, for appliances and home entertainment, but at the same time, there are categories such as fashion and beauty which still remain a bit subdued. In fact, the McKinsey Consumer Survey shows that approximately 90% of consumers believe their finances will be impacted for more than 2 months. And if you look at this from a 4-month window or minimum 4-month window, that number stands at a whopping 68%. And this definitely has an impact on discretionary spends at an overall level. While the skew may currently be there towards online because of systemic issues, remains to be seen that once it opens up, how exactly will this maintain? Another interesting trend which I'd like to point out is because of this sort of uncertainty and because of concerns on unemployment and recession, there are signs that there is short-term trading down which is happening. In fact, around 45% of consumers who plan to reduce their spends actually are looking at cheaper brands and variants to purchase. And this is an interesting trend to keep an eye on, and whether this sustains, it remains to be seen. The fifth trend that we like to focus on is from a platform as well as from a model perspective. Also linking in with respect to how retailers are playing a role in this entire piece. So 3 clear trends, and we've spoken about this earlier in the panel discussions also. Hyperlocal, the explosion of hyperlocal delivery models such as Swiggy, Zomato, Dunzo. Swiggy brought in their Instamart capabilities, where essentially they're having a dark store model which they're launching. We also had Flipkart launch their quick service. We've also seen various non-traditional categories from a hyperlocal perspective, such as smartphone players like Xiaomi, actually utilizing their existing network of retailers to deliver an important consumer benefit of instant deliveries and also reaching out to consumers during this time. The second piece that I'd like to speak about is on online B2B or eB2B. And here also we've seen significant movement on existing players as well as major entrants, and we've in fact seen announcements in the form of JioMart's hybrid model and also in terms of Flipkart's ambition in this space. The third trend is the rise of D2C models across consumer brands and retails. And as Pawan mentioned earlier as well, these have been enabled through multiple avenues, from traditional avenues like websites and apps, also through new models such as WhatsApp and conversational commerce. In fact, if I just spend a couple of seconds on conversational commerce, this has become very important for assisted selling models such as beauty and fashion, and it's played a major role in terms of bridging that gap from a recommendation perspective, which generally a beauty advisor would do. And in fact, the industry is projected to be almost around $10 million by next year. Now, while we've looked at what are the models that platforms have brought in and the explosion of these marketplace models which are there, the question also arises on the supply end with respect to the evolution of retailers for these models. And here we clearly see a trend in terms of digitization of kiranas. And in fact, 40% of kiranas want to partner with online delivery platforms. If we look at retailers who actively use a POS terminal for their store, that number has gone up from 11% pre-COVID to 21%. And for retailers who earlier were non-eB2B users, with respect to their openness of using eB2B services, that number has shot up from a whopping 7% to a 50%. So clearly a trend on both sides. And this is definitely something that will evolve into a much mature model in the future. So we've looked at platform behavior, we've looked at pre-purchase behavior and purchase behavior from the consumer perspective. We've also looked at what are the changes that platforms have made to their models, and we've also looked briefly in terms of what's the openness of retailers in terms of their behavior. So once we've identified all these trends, we have to look at how exactly we can link them back to actionables which brands can do in terms of ensuring that they are ready for this changing climate. And in terms of that, one major aspect that brands need to evaluate is that they need to analyze their consumer part to purchase, and therefore basis that evaluate and expand into new platforms or craft omni-channel strategies by integrating hyperlocal models, etc. But step number one remains crucial. More importantly is that we've already spoken about the time skew change, and therefore it becomes very important that we have an always on approach with continuous marketing investments. And we also spoke about the entire pre-purchase research trends earlier. And therefore it's important to focus on e-com not only from a sales perspective, but also from an opportunity to drive awareness and consideration as well. The second part that we looked at was pre-purchase research. And there we heard our panelists earlier talking about the importance of improving buyability through enhanced content and a compelling story on your product pages and your stores. It's very important to review this product content to address current customer concerns. And this ties into the entire piece that is not only going to have an impact in terms of your online purchases, but also on your offline purchases as well. More importantly, from a purchase and spends priority perspective, we've seen that consumers are more obviously more value conscious because of the fears that we spoke about. There are certain categories which have lesser demand as compared to other categories. And therefore, if you're working in a category which has lesser demand and you also have popular products along with it, look at bundling these products together in order to maintain sales and increase trials. More importantly, for popular products, look at range bundling. So you may have primary variants which are selling right now. It's important to try and push through your other ranges as well, where you're able to offer a value to the consumer, but at the same time drive portfolio trials. More importantly also is that in case you're constrained with respect to your discounting strategy, look at it from a segmented communication perspective and align your discounting strategy accordingly. I would like, so very brief presentation, key trends and key actionables basis that, and therefore I would like to leave you with the final thought that change is inevitable, except from a vending machine. In fact, we see that marketing innovation has hardly seen a more widespread and rapid pace of deployment. And so what we need to do is that we need to reevaluate quickly where we stand on our e-commerce maturity journey. And more importantly, our internal ways of working, to ensure that we embrace this agility in this rapidly changing landscape. Thank you for your time. Happy to connect later, obviously, to answer any questions you might have. And thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Suraj. I think that was a wealth of insights we just managed to get in the form of your presentation as well, and some key actionables that you have also shared in terms of the way how digitization of kiranas has been an upcoming trend, or for that matter, how consistent communication is equally more important in order, whether you're a marketer, in order to connect with those consumers. So I think that was very relevant. We managed to get a couple of questions, but though we have a paucity of time, Suraj, if I could urge you to please answer these questions either on the chat or on our LinkedIn comments, if that would be possible at your end.
Sure,
yes,
absolutely, Kavya. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Suraj. Thank you once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all our attendees, it looks like we're gaining some interesting insights from all of our speakers so far, so we will continue doing that. But while that happens, once again, I'm going to urge you all to please use the hashtag iMediaIN. So please keep tweeting it as well. I see on the chat saying very relevant info. That's true indeed. I totally agree. And with that, let's keep that trend going. We were talking about the hyper-local, for that matter, the entire digital trend that we were observing. So let's take over from our previous session and move on to the next, which is to do with the future of ads in India. Digital hyper-local video first. I think the consumption of video has increased so much in the last couple of months, and the way we've all been engaging with each other, for that matter. So we are joined by our speaker, Farid Hassan, who's the co-founder and COO with ShareChat. So Farid, thank you so much and good afternoon to you. And thank you for joining us. We're looking forward to another insightful session from you as well. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to you. Over to you, Ben.
Thank you, Kavya. I'll just share my screen. Yeah, is it visible? Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So thank you everyone for coming to listen to me. I'm one of the co-founders of ShareChat. A lot of you may not be aware about us, but we are an Indian language platform for people who have come online in the last 5 years or continue to come online in the next 5 years for the first time. And we help people discover content and other people with shared interests in their own language. As of today, about 1 in 4 internet users in India use ShareChat with over 130 million plus monthly active users. Now, we have seen a lot of people talk about ads today and how digital ads have been a game changer in many ways. Mr. Bhaskar from Google talked about how footfalls have actually converted into fingerfalls in this new world. And I believe that with a platform that is at 130 million plus monthly active users as of today, it creates an amazing opportunity for the first time for the Indian advertiser to advertise on a platform, to market on a platform which is completely Indian, which is as large as possibly any of your Western social media, and can provide the best possible targeting capabilities that are available in the market. And to connect it to my title, the fact that these users are from various parts of the country, the advertiser has to be able to create relevant and most targeted advertisements, and hence the advertisements have to be digital. They have to be mobile first, they have to be video first, and hence, and also because these people are from various parts of the country, they have to be hyperlocal. So I'll quickly talk about the ads that are available on ShareChat. So some of you might be aware, ShareChat is available in 15 different Indian languages, and about 70% of the time spent by users on the platform is on consuming videos. So, you know, as a first thing that we launched when we started our monetization effort last quarter is that the ads that are available on ShareChat, they are simple. They are very hyper-locally relevant. They are non-interruptive. They are personalized, targeted, and they are language first. Like a Hindi user gets a Hindi ad, that's very common. But does a Konkani user get a Konkani ad? Not so common. This is something that we have worked on specifically for video ads for the first time for this internet user. Moreover, like we heard Suraj talk about how online is now taking, like online ads are causing commerce to happen both online and offline, and e-commerce spends are only going to increase in the new post-COVID world. And hence, in the last few quarters, we experimented a lot on e-commerce and created a special category of ads with server-to-server integration that gives almost a 2.5x increase in conversion over any other traditional channel for affiliate marketing or for e-commerce marketing. You know, few things that we have done which are pretty much common with every other ad platform, but because of the sheer volume of users that we have today, we have a very amazing brand takeover property, which, for instance, in this case study of Honor, we delivered 300 million views in just a matter of a single day. And that was because of the reach and the distribution and targeting that we have available on our platform today. And as we've been talking a lot about video, short videos are definitely the next big thing in the market. We already see about 50 billion plus video views on the ShareChat platform. And very recently, we've also ventured into short video applications and have launched an app called Moj, which is at about 50 million monthly active users already. It is not available for advertising as of yet, but it will be available very, very soon as well. Now, owing to the trend of content creation becoming more democratized and ads becoming more hyperlocal, more relevant, more creator-oriented, more influencer-oriented, we started working on a concept of branded hashtag ads, wherein a lot of user-generated content which can be used by the brand as a brand recall measure, as a strong brand recall measure, and maximize their reach and establish human connection with the consumer, was launched about 3 months ago in its full swing. And over 80% of our users of our active users with engage with at least one branded hashtag campaign every single day. So talking more about, less about the products, but more about the certification. Yes, the first question that comes to mind is that when you are dealing with this first time internet user, when you're dealing with a content creator who has not known the nuance or the idiosyncrasies of the internet society, there comes a question of brand safety and delivery. And ShareChat has taken certification of all the most relevant certifications available like DAR, Moat, and Double Verify. And moreover, we have built in best in the class, state-of-the-art algorithms that regularly ensure that the environment is not just safe for the brand, but also for creators and consumers. Moreover, we understand that the entire ad industry is going through a transition, a transformation where people are adopting digital ads for the first time. And we want to extend our full support to advertisers who are trying to come back to the market, trying to try out many new omni channels, new distribution channels, new internet channels. And our team would provide everyone, every marketer with localization ideas, deepest form of analytics, and a strong platform understanding to help you get the best possible performance out of your brand ads. And with that, I would like to end my presentation and just leave everyone with one comment, that it is just the beginning of the digital ad era of the Indian internet. And we all have the responsibility to take it very far from wherever, to wherever our dreams can even think of. And I don't think the US or China or any other internet economy has so much diversity, has so many challenges to overcome. And when we do overcome that together as an ecosystem, we would become a much better digital economy than ever before. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Farid. That was a wonderful presentation. And in fact, we have a couple of questions for you if you can answer them. So Rahul Johar asks, what is the typical online sales channel contribution for FMCG food brands from the following marketplaces: hyperlocal, D2C, other e-com channels? So what is the contribution that FMCG food brands have?
FMCG food brands on e-commerce?
Channels, through D2C channels and through other e-com channels.
Well, I have not really had the chance to have a split of food, split of food from this. But I think what I can tell you from an headwind trend, that FMCG brands are continuously adopting newer and newer media to reach out to the last mile consumer. There is a major movement on Instagram already in place for D2C brands. And we ourselves have done a lot of new things to enable e-commerce, D2C e-commerce, using our influencers and using our short video platform. So while it is a very nascent stage, it is a very early stage for any kind of D2C e-commerce or an FMCG food brand to sell online, I believe the future is very interesting because the supply chain that we have in India is evolving, and at a certain point, it will become at par with the best supply chain systems in the world, and it would be democratized. And so has been democratized the power of influencers and content creation and reach through platforms like us and WhatsApp and YouTube. So all in all, I would say is that while the number is very minuscule today in terms of FMCG food brands adopting these mechanisms, and it's majorly limited to tier 1 audience through Instagram. But the future is very bright because the underlying infrastructure required for supporting such initiatives is only going to become more mature with every month passing.
Thank you, Farid. I think that was a wonderful answer. In fact, there is one more question for you. So Manavendra Gokhale asks, technology enablement in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Can you share more insights about this? How is this journey going to be for tier 2, tier 3 cities? Is it going to be similar to what we've seen in tier 1 cities or, countries abroad or in the US? Is it going to be a different journey? What are the trends that you are seeing?
Right. So people adopt the internet the first time for entertainment. That's the most important thing that people adopt internet for, because people want to waste time. That's the first thing they do. But the second thing, then they realize that they also want to communicate with their friends, and that's why WhatsApp and a plethora of apps come in, and then people move to communication. We are probably there right now. And the third thing they adopt after that is e-commerce, because they have to buy something or the other, and probably that's what Suraj from Group M talked about before my presentation. But what's interesting is what comes after that, and that's the fourth and the fifth and the sixth level, where people start adopting internet the way people in tier 1 cities adopt. People start applying for jobs online. People start learning online. People start getting certifications online. People start doing jobs online. And I believe the fact that the world has gone through this horrendous epidemic, it has pushed us into a place where there is a lot more decentralization in terms of work. We will not probably see so many people coming back to Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai when offices open up. And that would push even more people to adopt internet for doing work. And that would probably be the 6th or 7th level. And alongside this, there would be a lot of people who would have graduated in the e-commerce pool, and they would have probably started doing a lot of recharges, booking a lot of tickets, and maybe we would see some sort of virtual currencies also floating at some point. Eventually, all of it would lead to a system which might not look like the US, might not look like the China, but would be a combination of the two with some very Indian nuances to it, and probably some modernity which we cannot envisage today. None of us can, because probably that technology is not available at scale. But when it is, it will be available equally in US, China, and India. So we will be a very unique ecosystem on our own. And yes, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 will play an important role.
I think that was a very, very insightful answer, Farid. And we've been hearing that the journey for India, tier 2, tier 3 cities is going to be very different from what we've seen in the US, in any other country. And with that, I would like to bring on to our next set of panelists. Thank you, Farid, for that very insightful session. It was lovely hosting you at I. So with that, moving on, the next, we have some interesting discussions on the B2B e-commerce space. And joining us today will be Joyjit Mehti, who's the Vice President and Head for Marketplace and SME Business at Moglix, which is a B2B e-commerce platform. And he will be in conversation with Alok Saraogi, who's the founder and CEO of Reimagine Advisory.
Well, lovely to be here. Joyjit, good to see you again. And Shiny, thank you for making this happen. We've had a lovely set of panelists earlier talking about B2C and direct-to-consumer businesses. This is the time to think about what happens in the enterprise space, what happens to businesses, and right, how they managing a pure play digital first interface for customers, right? Before we get started, Joyjit, do you want to quickly talk to our audience about what Moglix is, what you guys are doing and how long you've been doing it for?
Thanks, Alok. Thanks, Shiny. I hope I'm visible and audible. Anyways, let me introduce Moglix and talk about what we guys do. So primarily, we are a technology-enabled B2B commerce organization, mainly focusing on the supply chain solution for typical MRO products. So MRO stands for maintenance, repair, and operations. In some terminology, people call it indirect procurement categories, like the tools and consumables, safety, electrical, office, IT peripherals. So that kind of product categories, as well as customized packaging solutions, we provide to typically commercial, business, and industrial customers of all size and shape. I mean, right from the SME to enterprise customers. So we already cater to 500 plus enterprise institutional customers, and we serve their 2,000 plants spread across the geography. We also have 1 million SME customers who have purchased directly from our marketplace, that flagship moglix.com. We see almost 2.5 to 3 million traffic per month. And this 50-60% of those customers are regularly purchasing from our platform per month. And the ticket size range from 1,000 even in lakhs also.
That's significant scale, right? So here's a question for you. The earlier sessions and many sessions that we have outside of this forum focus on the sexier businesses of direct to customer, right?
Right.
They get all the attention in a very significant way. They get all the affection as well. Given the scale and reach of enterprise businesses like yourself, how do you feel about the differences? Do you feel that the lines which are seemingly hard coded between what is direct to consumer and what is an enterprise play like yourself, how hard coded are those lines? Do you see the difference between these businesses, and how do you navigate the challenges of running a different kind of business, if you will, compared to what happens in the D2C space?
So see, Alok, basically the line or the divide between B2B and B2C is getting blurred day by day. So basically, the purchase people, the decision makers who are taking decisions for purchase for their institutions, for their organizations, typically they are human beings, right? And so they are all using B2C e-commerce platforms and other channels for their personal purchase. And they expect the similar experience while they are buying, products for any products, goods and services for their organizations. When it comes to this MRO type of categories or this electrical safety category products, these are standard product, distributed by brands and manufacturers. Particularly for this kind of categories, the expectation from a B2B buyer is no different from that of a B2C or consumers. They expect, the same product catalog with, 2-3 images, product images, even shot aesthetically the way, they are buying maybe sari or mobile phone or other products. So they also want to compare different products, alternative brands. They want to browse the reviews and ratings before making the purchases. So I think in previous sessions also, we have learned about all this, the trends which are getting very, very prominent in all the purchase decisions. These are no different for a B2B buyer also. Now, so that is one aspect before purchase. And the post-purchase, what we have seen even for food ordering app, even other regular, B2C products, the post-order experience has been like phenomenal. I mean, we see so much of technology. We get real-time order notification, the status notification, and all that. Even people can log into their customer dashboard. They can see their, past transactions, even wish list. So all these are now expectation from the B2B buyers. And I'm not talking about only the SME, because SME, they are just like B2C. But while we talk about enterprise customers, let's say 1,000 crore turnover or even bigger, they have also started expecting and articulating about this demand. They want all these experiences on their app. So one typical, Alok, I mean, the old school B2B experience, we may recall that people may be sitting at desktop, right? And they want all these experiences on their desktop. But now all these buyers are, they are using app and they want all these experiences on their app. And they want the similar chat options and the WhatsApp options. So this is very interesting, Alok, and we have also seen that experiencing on a day-to-day basis. WhatsApp is becoming one of the key communication channel even for the enterprise customers. For SME, it's there. Every SME customer is using WhatsApp, but for even enterprise customers, people are using WhatsApp.
So you make an interesting point, Joyjeet, that whether it's enterprise or direct to customer, we all need to humanize the business. While enterprise is seen as one big black box, it's actually human beings who are buying products who are browsing for those products and making those purchase decisions, right?
Right,
And
right.
it's interesting you talk about how you humanize the business and create D2C like experiences for a B2B customer, right? I want to step back a little bit. Look, I think a lot of marketers understand how discovery works in the B2C or direct to customer space, right? We know that Facebook and Instagram play an important role. We understand content marketing and storytelling are important. How is the discovery process managed in the enterprise space? What channels do you activate? Is it different from direct to consumer businesses? If you're using similar channels or the same channels, are you using them differently? Would be something I'm sure it would be of interest to the audience.
Right. So for marketing for B2B kind of customers, traditionally we have used email, right? Email marketing has been one of the most effective marketing, but for that you need to know the email IDs of the customers, right? And we know that email marketing, the way it's evolving, if we experience hard bounces, then your email domain reputation is gone for a toss. So it's risky. The new technologies, marketing technologies which are coming out, it's definitely LinkedIn. I think all the B2B marketers, they use LinkedIn for reaching out to the right people in the right organization with the right decision making. So that navigation is there. So interestingly, what we do, once we get contacts from the LinkedIn, we get connected and then we get email. Then one email is exchanged. With that email, we get the coordinates of the person that we'd like to talk to. And then the magic begins, I would say. Then we get on to WhatsApp. And believe me, most of the business customers, and I'm talking about large sizes, even 500 crore, 1,000 crore, they would like to discuss all the business transactions, even pre-sales discussions on WhatsApp. And if they see value in talking to, let's say, any supplier, then they rope in or invite their colleagues also, their relevant stakeholders who are, in the process of this decision making, and they create WhatsApp groups. So do you believe that? I mean, customers creating WhatsApp groups and all the negotiations happening in that WhatsApp group. They share directly the product images and asking, do you have this product or not? And even we are giving quotes directly in the WhatsApp group. They discuss, negotiation also happening on the WhatsApp. And sometimes even we receive PO from the WhatsApp also. So that's quite interesting. And sometimes, email is kept for, just as a repository of all the legal documents like PO, rate contract, and all that. Another interesting marketing that we do, that is Google search marketing. See, I think in the last sessions also, we have got to know that most of the purchasing decisions, I mean, almost 90 to 95%, all the purchase decisions starts from the product discovery. So the discovery of supplier starts from the discovery of the products. And this product or catalog based marketing, the search marketing is the key, right? And for that, all of us use Google. Particularly in all the portfolio of marketing campaigns available in AdWords, I would like to talk about the AdWords, the Google shopping ad. Shopping ad lets you see the product image and also the price. And those campaigns and ad results are shown at the top of the search result page above all other search results. So the probability of getting more impression and click-through rate gets higher when you create that kind of campaign. Now, from the B2B perspective, people might ask, I don't have the right price, which I would like to showcase publicly. That's fine. But for some of the catalogs, even if you create the price and showcase using the Google shopping ad, you'll get that impression. And then on that catalog, you can get queries for bulk order queries also, because that is what we do, right? And most of the RFQs we get from the enterprise customers, then we start getting into WhatsApp and emails and other, interactions mode.
Understood.
So
Joy,
these two are main, yeah.
I understand, and I'm saying that it's fascinating to me personally. Per what you said, how chat is now more dominant than voice, which is counterintuitive in a sense. Of course, from a traditional marketing, which is how B2B is seen, and certainly in today's day and age as well. So your comment about chat becoming more valuable, more productive than voice, and technology becoming more dominant than people. I mean, of course, it's expected in a digital first business like yourself, but
Right.
even that, the digital business, B2B businesses have always been very heavy on feet on street. So it's interesting how technology is pipping people, and I find those two, quite fascinating. I have to ask you this. In some of the earlier sessions, we also heard about the difference in behavior between tier one, tier two, and tier three, and the rate of adoption. Is that something you've experienced in the enterprise space at Moglix as well?
So for tier 2 and tier 3 CTC, our enterprise customers are located in industrial belt, right? And most of these industrial belts are far off from the metro. We don't see many enterprise with large factories in the metro, right? So tier 2, tier 3 cities. And the SMEs are clustered around, those large enterprise facilities and plants. So, and primarily those areas, the hotspots become these tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So the locations specific marketing, we don't have that much challenge in, but yes, while doing Google AdWord campaign creations, we sometimes take care of the pin code wise and location wise optimization. And when the people are available in LinkedIn, so it's a digital channel, actually, there is no such location constraints in that sense. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I have to ask you this. One doesn't always appreciate the sheer logistical challenges of running large enterprise businesses where the order volumes are high and the order value is high as well. I'm keen, and I must ask you this customary question of life before and after, right?
Right.
Currently enduring. So how has scale, efficiency, and fulfillment changed for Moglix before COVID and now during COVID? I mean, what are the accelerations you have seen? What are the changes that you've made internally to cope with, I would imagine, increased demand?
See, by DNA, we always have been technology first, customer centric, agile organization. And because of that DNA, we already had built all the technology infrastructure, inside sales capabilities. And because of the nature of the sales that we do, we get into contract with the customers. And for getting into that contract, we first, have meeting, let's say, meeting with the head of the department, the main purchase decision makers. After 1 or 2 meetings, then we get into, all the day-to-day operations through email and inside sales mode. For all the day-to-day operations, sales and quotations giving also happens through remote sales model, which we have already been doing. We were doing pre-COVID. Post-COVID, this has become normal, and DNA-wise, we are ready for it. We are already accustomed to it. We have been investing a lot in all the automation and technology required, particularly creating that B2C type of experience, right, for our B2B customers. We have already started that journey. 3 to 5 years back, a lot of customers have accepted this as a new thing. But now post-COVID, it's acting as a catalyst, right? All the customers, they're rapidly responding to our this kind of concept. They are accepting, and they are asking us whether we can expand further. So to cope with that demand, surge, we are basically building further our inside sales team, through WhatsApp and through Google Hangout and all those communication mode. customers are also adapting to closing the deal just on a video call like this on Zoom or Google Hangout or even Microsoft Team. So these things are happening. And one particular example I would like to cite here, I mean, so let's say the PPE and safety categories, which were in high demand post-COVID. And we already had safety as a strong category, and that category of products we used to supply to many customers. And we developed that PPE categories hugely, the assortment and capability post-COVID. And with that supply capability, we could actually get our foot in the door for many other customers. One example, we were in talks with one media company for their entire office supplies, contract for a year. And it was taking some time pre-COVID, but we could start business with that, organization just with the PPE supplies first, because they are getting back to business and they need this PPE supplies. That decision is taking 1 or 2 calls, maybe just a call, sometimes even WhatsApp group call, sometimes 1 or 2 emails, that's it. And they are done. They are saying, hey, please give us PPE supplies, then we'll start office supplies. So that's how we are adapting to it. But yes, as far as internal capability infrastructure is concerned, we are already ready for this kind of situation. And we have been advocating this.
That's very encouraging to your customers. It does sound like you're on top of your game, right? I must ask you this, right? I mean, COVID is hopefully going to end sooner than later. Life hasn't been the same for most marketeers and certainly for consumers before and during. From your perspective, sitting where you do, how do you see COVID's long-term impact on the way you do business, on the way enterprise businesses do business, and consumption trends in the B2B space? Are there top 3 or 5 learnings that you have which you intend to take forward?
2-3 interesting, I think, trend that is, we are seeing and emerging. The B2B buyers, they want to de-risk their supply chain. So initially, we are seeing that there are huge dependence on their local suppliers and the small time suppliers, particularly this type of categories. If you look at electrical and safety, so local suppliers would cater to that demand. Now the smaller suppliers, they are facing a lot of working capital challenge, and this will remain in near future also. And so this smaller suppliers, they are not able to provide that much of credit what a large enterprise need. And the smaller one local suppliers cannot fulfill all the demand across all the facilities of the enterprise. So when we talk about enterprise, that means they have one single central procurement decision function, but they have facilities across the geographies. So they are looking for more national presence of the supplier, more organized player when they are choosing the supplier, and how much technologically that supplier is able to provide all this, B2C type of experiences that they are expecting. So all these 3 things they are expecting from a supplier, from a vendor, B2B vendor. So these 3 aspects are coming out very strongly in their any decisions of vendor selection or any goods or services. So these 3 are learning for us, and we are riding on. We are preparing further to kind of tap into this opportunity which is coming out, and it's going to stay. It's not just a short-term opportunity, I would say.
Understood. I must, before I let you go, I have to comment about, one doesn't necessarily appreciate entirely the logistical challenge for an enterprise business, given that, like you spoke, it's a hub and spoke. You have one demand center but multiple fulfillment centers. It's encouraging to hear about how B2B enterprise businesses are building flexibility, are building ability to scale rapidly, are able to use crises like this to find new opportunity, new customers, and the entire value chain from discovery to fulfillment to after sales. Georgie, it's been a pleasure having you. I'm sure the audience has benefited tremendously from some of the
Pleasure
things
is
you've
mine.
said.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for being here today.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for the day 2 of the iMedia Online Retail Summit 2020. We've got a serial entrepreneur joining us right away. In fact, he is the CEO of Clovia, and it's time for him to share some e-commerce insights from the D2C apparel sector for all of us. So I do hope all of us are all geared up for our first session for the day 2 of the summit. I'm going to request you all to please drop in your questions in the chat button as well. As I mentioned, first up, D2C insights into the apparel sector with Clovia, and we have with us none other than the founder and CEO and a passionate speaker himself, Pankaj Vermani. So if I may please request Pankaj to take it forward from here.
Awesome, thank you so much, guys. It's a delight to be part of the gang today. Could you stop sharing, so that I can kind of share my screen as well. I just wanted to kind of show a little bit of a presentation. So yeah, guys, phenomenal to be here. I think it's a very short session that I have, so I really wanted to make the most of it. See, the predominant agenda that I had in mind today was that there is a very interesting, just to give a very quick insight of who we guys are. I'm usually the first guy to start things, so that there are nice lingerie pictures and at least guys wake up. So to give you a little sense, we guys are one of the fastest growing lingerie brands in the country right now. We have been predominantly an online first brand. We started as an online company, and over a period of time, we realized the opportunity in the offline space as well. And today we stand at a place where it is it is more of a mixed bag for us, where almost still 80% of the business, we're still online first, comes from the online section, and there is still 20% now. Within a span of 2 years, it's been 0 to 20 for us, which has started to come from the offline space. What it does help us do is that, all of a sudden it has started to put us at a point where, as a business, we can see both sides of the spectrum. And we've been in the industry long enough to have lots of friends in the online, D2C space. In fact, almost all of them. And a phenomenal number of friends, in the offline industry as well. And ever since the pandemic has kicked in, I have seen a lot of things unraveling, and I thought that this could be a perfect, talking point today as to what I felt is what I wanted to bring to the fore was that sitting where we are, what stark contrast we see between a D2C business versus a traditional business. So a lot of you who are already in the online space may not understand the offline and vice versa. So there might be some help that might become here. For the rest of you, it might be a rhetoric. But then again, it's 10 minutes about lingerie, at least guys cannot complain. Very quickly, we started the brand in 2015. We're selling almost 5, pieces every second now. We are an EBITDA break-even story. We make profits. In fact, last month I made around 10% EBITDA margin, which is not a very small feat for an online organization. We have a 360-degree presence, shipping almost 200,000 packets a month. The NPS has been always skyrocket. Except of course the brief span of the pandemic when we were in the process of shifting our warehouse the day the day Modi ji said that you're going to put in the Janta curfew was the day when I was actually shifting my warehouse. So we had a phenomenal learning experience in terms of how to ramp operations during this time. So I'll let go of rest of the things. I think just to set the tone, because I probably have just 5-7 minutes more. I think the whole agenda was that let us give you a very quick highlights in terms of, what we felt were very interesting D2C changes that we saw, how the online consumption over the past 3 months have unraveled, and how we are also, we're talking to customers daily. We are sniffing what is happening in China, what happened during SARS time, and how can I draw a parallel to in India, in a different time zone, in a different, social infrastructures to, how things have changed. So jumping very quickly as to what we believe have been very interesting observations, which could be helpful for everyone, or at least a good anecdote to share some time. So online business is not a surprise. It's actually back to, July was back to pre-COVID levels. In fact, this month we will be growing, way beyond our pre-COVID numbers on the online side. The business margins have improved considerably, drastically improved because the customer acquisitions have gone down. The serious buyers are coming, and when we see a lot of gross margins improving for us. Gross margins improving because, we used to do a lot of freebies, gifts, etc. We said, we have less inventory now, so let's hold it back a little, and we tried to do more experimentation around it, and we saw that the customer was a lot more accepting now. COD literally was a demonetization kind of a ecosystem. No surprises for that one. One phenomenal thing that we've seen is that tier 2, tier 3 has seen a phenomenal growth. We took a lot of pride in being 50% plus tier 2, tier 3 business. The number has reached 60% in the last 2 months. Last 60 days has literally seen almost a 20% increment, in the contribution. What was 50 has effectively gone up 60 now. Another thing is that we've seen a lot of growth is coming from people who are converting from semi-branded. My category is a very semi-organized ecosystem driven, right? The smaller town will have very small 15, 20, 25, 30 crore brands, which are kind of, running their show in specific regions in the country. And all of a sudden we started realizing that, a lot of people are converting from those semi-branded, unbranded ecosystems to brands. And I think it has a lot to do with the focus on hygiene that people have started to realize. It has a lot more to do with people now understanding that, they have to be a little bit more careful about the products they choose. Chinese product was one of the biggest problem that we used to have, because, Chinese mal effectively, so to speak, had kind of flooded the Indian lingerie business. And all of a sudden it's disappeared. All of a sudden customers not accepting it anymore. So that's another very interesting change that we've seen. We see a lot of, one interesting and very interesting thing is that, we used to have very sales sporty times, right? We used to have like the middle 3 to 5 when people were working in office and had a little bit of lull period. That was a sharp increase in the revenue at that point of time. 10 to 12 was actually a very interesting time in the night where sharp increases were seen. Those spikes have gone away, and the revenue is almost consistent daily, to the extent it's almost consistent through the week. We don't see the kind of spurts we used to see on Saturday, Sundays. I think work from home, of course, has a great role to play in kind of changing of these sales patterns. So we had to kind of reconfigure our marketing, basis the same learnings. Innerwear doesn't seem to have changed, its consumption, even the occasion buying, the cruiser shopping, a lot of those things. For example, even though June was very less marriages, for an obvious reason, we still saw the standard, wedding time purchases happening. So even people who were probably expecting to get married in a certain period of time, and they still wanted to keep, the excitement alive. I mean, we saw a lot of, conversions at that point of time. Of course, supply chain for everyone is kind of unstable. I think there is no surprises on that one. But we believe that is also fast recovering, and it will take, again, it's very, very dependent on individual industries. So I can speak for only mine, the kind of people. So if you were probably sourcing from other country, then of course, you have your own set of challenges. If you're making it within your ecosystem, then there are different kind of challenges. We control our entire supply chain. So we believe that, the going back to the previous times is happening very soon. Now a very quick 2 minutes about how the online and offline worlds are different, and a lot of you may find this redundant information, but then again, I think it's a very interesting, important point that at least people from one part of the world try to understand the other part, right? So we went into this business because the majority of our business is used to be online, and we saw a very complementary user base coming in. So so women who were buying in the offline space versus the one buying in online space, we saw difference in sizes, we saw difference in their purchase patterns, we saw extreme amount of differences in their ages, right? And age is also somewhat related to size in some ways, because as you grow older, there is a little bit of body weight gain that Indian ecosystem is seen. So we saw that there was an absolute complementary user base that we saw, and that's the reason why we said that it's a great idea to kind of get into another market. So I think for a variety of reasons, for brands which are now thinking that they should do online as well, it's a very interesting aspect that they should think about whether it makes sense to them or not. But you might end up finding a very different complementary kind of a user base on the other side. So be very, very open about it, right? Another interesting learning is that there is a huge conversation about operating margins. Our sense over the last 5 years has been that operating margins at the end of the day literally become similar at the end of the day. While the customer acquisition cost may be high for you, in the online space, in the offline space, you will have your retail counters cost, which will be the cost of the salespeople, the cost of trade commissions. And if you're selling at a marketplace, and the cost of the trade commissions, the cost of dispatch sometimes that they'll add, the blended, bottom line that you'll end up getting is literally similar. So So while there has been so much of a debate about what is more profitable, what is less profitable, our sense is that it kind of irons out over a period of time. Where things change, drastically is the cash flow, right? And that's a very different ball game. Online cash flows, if it's an own store, it's like this. If it is a marketplace, it is like, okay, you'll get it, in a span of time. But if it's offline retail, of course, everybody knows there's a certain amount of challenge. So you have to plan your cash flow in a certain way, separately for both. And then, of course, management of inventory, there's no surprises there. Online inventory management is like so much simpler as against offline inventory management, unless you back it up by technology and kind of make it something which is easily digestible. Another thing is agility of rolling out. So we online space, we roll out almost 150 styles a month, as compared to literally 24 in the offline space, which even for offline is fairly high. In the standard industry expectation. Corporate costs of technology become substantially higher in the online space, something which a lot of offline players are not very comfortable with. And that's one of the biggest challenges I've seen most of my friends go through, when all of a sudden they say, boss, to deploy a technology team is literally one cost is coming as at double the cost of my entire, let's say North India sales force. It's literally like that. So it's a very different ball game, all of a sudden, at least when it comes to the places. But D2C has its own beautiful methodologies. While direct to consumer, you can get one customer at a time. So it's a huge effort as against you go to a retail chain and all of a sudden you have 2,000 walk-ins a day which can look at your brand. But the growth that you end up seeing today, we are servicing 900 cities in the country. For me to go in an offline environment to kind of do that would literally have taken me more than 5 years. We managed to do that probably within the first 6 months. The biggest D2C edge that you end up getting is the customer data. We have like almost 1.5 million data, which is available to us. Then of course there's centrals, lifestyles, brand factories where my product is being sold, but I don't have access to the end consumer, right? So those kind of challenges, of course, we end up seeing. Another thing is that data in itself is storage wasted. That's again something that I keep telling all my offline friends. That while we can harp about data, we can say I have phone numbers of all my customers. That doesn't mean rat's ass here. At the end of the day, if you're not analyzing and creating actionables out of the data. So to give you a little sense, we have like almost 75 data points that are being tracked. So they are at least 20 crons that run at the end of the day, which kind of churn the data and kind of build out a profile for the end consumer. So every night, 1.5 million people's profile gets a little closer to kind of becoming smarter. So that's the kind of edge that D2C brings to the table. Very quick 2 minutes about the crossing over part, and this is something that I have designed for so many of my friends pro bono, where they said, yeah, give me like an online roadmap. And one thing that these are like 3-4 factors that are super critical, which I've seen all my friends struggle with. One is technology and marketing. You cannot just outsource and think everything will work out. They have to be a lot more. They have to be ingrained into your DNA beyond a point. And and you have to be serious. Then you have to think of teams which probably will be a build, operate, transfer, or probably something that you probably have to build in-house. You cannot kind of just be arm's length also, and at the same time think that it will become part of your DNA. Another thing is, I've seen a lot of people trying online marketing, but they don't track. I think talking about that in an online media summit, I think it's I should just let that one go. Channel conflict, I think, is a big one, a very, very big one. The first thing that Clovia did, and I think probably I'll end with that, is that, when we started off, the biggest learning that we had was that different channels have very different, means of addressing their end consumers. And every channel is unique in a way. So if you're trying to sell the same, one size fits all, if you're trying to do for every channel, you're bound to piss at least one channel off and not make the most of it. So it's very important to understand the nuances of individual channels and then kind of build your business out basis that, one interesting thing, for example, Clovia did was that my online and offline offering are absolutely different, right? So if you were to buy something from Myntra.com, you will not end up buying it in a lifestyle store, and that's predominantly the reason because, lifestyle has a very different discounting, and Myntra would have a very different way of discounting, right? They're two different kind of, giant animals to be tamed, right? And you have to kind of figure out a way to do that. So yeah, at a, I think, very high level, this is pretty much, what I had in store for you guys. I think these are two different worlds, D2C as a business versus the offline, but absolutely different nuances and very, very complementary to each other, and with tremendous amount of juice in one. So one is better than the other. Maybe yes, no, I don't know, but there are lots of similarities, but at the same time, they have to be dealt with absolutely tangential approaches. And you have no choice but to ingrain it in your DNA. It took me 2 years to ingrain offline into my DNA before I could even come on this platform and talk about it. So yeah, that's pretty much it from my side. Yeah, I hope it was helpful in some ways. Shani, over to you.
Hi, thank you, Pankaj. That was a very insightful session. We actually have a couple of questions for you if you can answer them. So, has the inventory changed? Is there a shift to more economical products versus luxury products? And do you think this is a trend that will stay for so long? Do you want to comment on that?
So I think it has, of course, value purchase has increased, but I would not say the buyer for certain. So nobody is downgrading. Let me put it like that. I don't see people downgrading to a different level. I do see people buying probably a little lesser. That might be a possibility, but that is also very, very specific to categories. I have friends who are into occasion products, right? Which will be lehengas and things like those. For them, it's a very different ballgame right now. It's a very challenging time, right? Because people would not buy those things that they're not relevant anymore. But for people like us and other people where loungewear is, for example, happening, I don't see people downgrading at this point of time. They are just being more cautious and buying things which are more essential. So if you're part of essential, you're on. If you're not part of essential, you have to innovate.
Makes sense. So buy essential, but buy comfortable luxury products.
Buy essential, buy comfortable, and product that you used to buy pre-pandemic.
Makes sense. And I think this is a question that probably you get asked a lot and everyone gets asked a lot is, do you see things going back to normal if we suddenly find a vaccine? Or, do you think the movement will be the flip of a switch, like finding a vaccine, or is it somewhere ingrained into the user to now buy online, and that's a trend that's going to continue?
So I have a very, I think, entrepreneurs by design, it's an, optimism is a entrepreneur's plus, right? So you should take a pinch of salt. I think, but the data that we have been seeing, right? For example, in China, there was a huge surge immediately after the lockdown stopped. And then there was a little bit of dip because revenge buying happened and then it kind of stabilized over a period of time. But there are two parts to remember, at least for a country like India, right? I think it will be faster than we guys are envisioning it to be. The recovery will be faster. I hope it is not as fast. I hope people remember that, the pandemic will take time to get away. I think this country behaves much more irrationally in terms of, going out there and changing things. We are the kind of people who went from literally, 3G to now we're talking, rather 2G to we're talking 5G now, 4G didn't even happen to us. That's the kind of country that we are. So I just hope people don't forget within 6 months, like the way we forget everything, that masks are going to be essential. People who were part of SARS way back in 2015, even today you see somebody from Taiwan and Hong Kong to be wearing masks, right? But in India, it's very different. So to answer it in short, I think the recovery will be much faster than we guys are envisioning it to be, but it will have to be backed by a vaccine. I think that's for sure. If the vaccine doesn't happen, then of course, it will take some more time.
Makes sense. Thank you so much, Pankaj. I think this was a delightful session. Over to you, Kavya.
Thank you. Thank you, Shani. Thank you very much, Pankaj. A very, very refreshing set of insights over there, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, we're about to quickly move on to our next speaker as well. In fact, we're talking about gathering some more e-commerce insights from the D2C personal care sector. And our next speaker, when we talk about him, Swagata Sarangi, who's a co-founder of Smitten. One thing I do understand about Smitten is that we're talking about premium luxury brands coming in a box, and I see that delight in unboxing it. So maybe it's time to also unbox some new set of insights from Swagata, who is our next speaker as well. So if I may please request Swagata to join in. Hello there, good afternoon.
Hi, Kavya. Am I audible?
Absolutely audible and visible and all set. I was just telling the audience that there is such delight in unboxing the premium products that come in the box, the Smitten box. So maybe it's time to unbox some new insights from you. So with that, over to you again.
Thanks for the nice words, Kavya. And we hope we kind of delight millions and millions of more of users with our boxes. Let me just put up the presentation and share it, and then I'll probably start. Sorry. Is it visible now?
Yes.
Cool. Hi. Thanks, Kavya. Thanks, Shiny, for having me here. And I was hearing Pankaj. It was a very, very insightful session, definitely. And I think he brought in the nuances of online and offline very well, given that he's actually operating on both the worlds. So a little bit of a background of me and Smitten. So we started Smitten about 4.5 years back. And today we work with almost about 500 plus new age D2C brands. And the idea always is how do we take these brands out there in the market to the right consumers and help them kind of traverse this whole complicated journey of online, offline, and finding the right set of consumer. We are a completely online app-based platform. And before this, I used to work with Google India, almost spent about a half a decade there. And primarily working on and kind of evolving and developing this online ecosystem. I remember back in 2011-12, we used to talk about 20 million smartphones, and that number has now surpassed almost 500 million. So a lot has changed in last 5-6 years, and so is brand building. And it was unimaginable for us to see almost like 1,000+ brands getting launched every year in India across different categories and sectors. And just to kind of get into why is that happening, I mean, and this is a slide again, I think this was a study done by Kalari, a report by Kalari. I really like this way kind of they have represented it, and it's actually truly representative of what's happening in India. And if you see, interestingly enough, we are actually on an inflection point on 3 trends. So first is, if you see the red line, which is typically your per capita consumption of FMCG products. As our GDP grows, of course, our per capita consumption will keep increasing. And if you compare ourselves to China or any other market, we typically have a lag of 6-7 years. But there is always an inflection point in every country and every market. And we're like kind of sitting very close to that inflection point. So where from a $500 a year per capita consumption will go to about $1,000 odd per capita consumption of FMCG products in a year. Similarly, what's also happening in the data space is with Jio coming in and smartphones becoming cheaper and cheaper, data being cheaper and cheaper, there's a complete surge in terms of how many people are actually there online and consuming data actively. So that's the green line you see. But also if you kind of layer it on another trend where you see our workforce is predominantly is kind of millennial. India is a young country, needless to say that. But what you would see is almost like 2/3 of the working population will actually be millennials. And millennials by nature are very experimentative and very aspirational. So when you combine these 3 trends together, you actually have a huge opportunity for many, many 100 crore, 1,000 crore brands being built in India, because India is being a very underbranded market. I mean, if you just compare our brand penetration or brand availability in a certain category to a developed market like a Europe or a US, will probably be at 10% of what that market would be, even if we have a huge population out here. So that's the opportunity we see. But however, given the opportunity, how do you navigate this world, right? I mean, not everyone is going to build a 1,000 crore brand. And there are, of course, the biggies, the Unilever, P&Gs, and ITCs of the world who are kind of watching it very closely and kind of also upping their game. And kind of now trying to kind of figure out ways and means to go directly to the consumer. So I think it's a trend that's kind of here to stay for the next decade, where you will see a lot of interesting new age brands solving a particular consumer concern, coming in and kind of taking it to the next level. You will see a lot of effort from the large business houses launching new brands and being more relevant to the new age. And this is something which excites us every day at Smitten, because we work with 500 of them day in, day out. So let's kind of get into what's changing in brand building, right? And why are we saying that D2C is going to be the buzzword and it's here to stay? So just cut back to 2000. This is a news clip from 2015, where a news clip looked like this. I mean, 100 crore for a brand is a big milestone. And then it was all, if you see the standard brands, which kind of primarily led by offline, primarily led by awareness, which was driven through TV media and everything. touch the 100 crore milestone, whatever time and all that. And that was kind of a success metrics. Cut to today, you hear the news, like you hear a Mamaearth getting to 100 crore in about 3 to 4 years. You hear about Vadam Teas becoming a 100 crore brand, Wow Skincare, and kind of Boat. So these are kind of almost now inching towards becoming 500 crore brand. And these are D2C brands, which kind of completely took a different route than what the brands on the left side had taken during their growth journey. And if you see today, the last 1 billion valuation consumer company beauty brand was actually a D2C brand, Kylie Cosmetics. Of course, there was a bit of a celebrity power behind it, but primarily it's not because of the celebrity power, it's because of, again, the direct consumer communication and the relationship the brand could establish with the young millennials. So let's go a little deeper into actually what's happening, right? What's changing. So this was a traditional model of brand building. So you have a top of your funnel, which is we called above the line ATL. So you have your standard marketing funnel. I think a lot of us would have read it in multiple forums. This is a standard Kotler framework: awareness, consideration, intent, purchase, and then kind of loyalty after that. And there's a lot of money and effort gets spent in terms of taking the consumer down this funnel. Especially a lot of money goes into developing your awareness and consideration. And then once that is developed, then people kind of, let's say, walk into a store or whichever point the product is available. And there you kind of do, which is your bottom funnel, which is BTL. And there you have your in-store displays, there you have your promoters, there you have your shelf positioning and all those things. And both of this combined together pretty much helped you, if you're getting your act right in these two spaces, pretty much you have built a brand, which is anyway becoming 100 crore sooner. But look at what is happening today, right? I mean, there's both these two sides. So if you look at this whole awareness and consideration funnel, where a brand used to talk to the consumer, used to be very different. I mean, it used to probably be one screen where you would spend a lot of time in the household, not a single view. Maybe you're watching with your family, a few other friends are there. Then when you're kind of sharing a laptop or something, and then content consumption used to happen there. And now that thing is no more constant, right? Everyone is having a mobile, everyone is moving, and 85% of the content consumption today is happening on mobile. So if you as a brand, if you have a desktop website and if you haven't optimized it for a mobile experience, you are dead anyway. Because you're just catering to 15% of the audience and completely ignoring the rest 85%. So that's on the reaching part of the consumer. And now if you look at like engaging with the consumer, store is again, I mean, which is further accentuated by the pandemic. The store footfalls are anyway, especially in the malls and all, were in a declining trend. Consumers are kind of now resorting more and more to the convenience of buying online. And now you just have to kind of marry both of them, like in an earlier era brands used to do. But it's not as simple as it sounds. And where with, if you see, and this is a very interesting way to look at your new consumer funnel in this D2C world. We say, forget about awareness, consideration, intent, purchase and all that. Your funnel now becomes connect, capture, and convert. So when we say connect, it's about kind of, you can now reach out to millions of users with just a click of a button, which probably used to take you about a year and a half earlier to get to maybe about 100,000 users. Now you can get to millions within like a span of a month or so. But while the connection has also been eased out, the biggest issue is engagement. Because in the previous era, when you knew that, okay, if I'm on the shelf, the store has a certain walk-in, if I have got my shelf displays and everything right, I am going to get a certain amount of a view and attention from the user. And that's going to convert to sales at some point in time. But here you may be reaching out to millions. You may be connecting to millions, but you're actually really not interacting or engaging with them. So That is where your next funnel, so that's why the awareness consideration is now kind of merged to where you have to kind of connect to the user in a much more engaging way than you used to do earlier. Now another capture is of course capturing the attention of the user, which is the intent part of it, and then finally kind of converting it to e-commerce. So this is the new D2C funnel, so as to say, I would say. And what are the winning formula on D2C, right? And having worked with almost about 500 D2C brands and having worked with so many amazing founders, so some have been able to kind of scale it up, some have been literally struggling with their scale up approach. There are 2-3 things that comes out very clearly in terms of where you would actually win a D2C play. First is what we see is you don't restrict who is seeing your product or who you want to kind of show, right? Because your reach today is cheap, and you can actually do it in a much more cost controlled way. So just go out and put your brand out there in as many places as possible. Garner as many eyeballs, because again, there's a lot of funnel dropout that happens, especially in a digital world. So you go and kind of do a massive reach. Of course, in a very cost-controlled manner. And that is where we have seen a lot of D2C brand initially becoming very hesitant, saying that, okay, I don't know whether everyone will buy or not. Doesn't matter. I mean, at this point in time, you're really not optimizing for someone to buy. You're really optimizing to reach out to people and get your word out there. Then the next phase is where you should actually be focusing a lot of your effort and energy if you're a D2C brand. You deliver your content and your brand promise and your brand story, and digital today kind of gives you the opportunity and flexibility to do that. Don't just deliver ads. Like previously, I mean, those TV ads, you would spend a lot of time hiring a creative agency, production agency, and then you will buy the spots 10 second or 20 second or 30 60 second, and your job used to be pretty much done. But today, when you kind of look at digital, your digital creative shelf life is very small. And the users generally get bored very soon seeing the same content again and again. I mean, you could, if every one of us would remember, we would have seen like a surf ad 20 times a day, but still not kind of be okay with it because you could kind of ignore and you could do parallelly whatever you wanted to do. But when you are a kind of a mobile, you are actually very leaned on into consuming the content, and you don't want to consume the same content again and again. So telling a story, the freshness of the content kind of matters really, really, especially when you are directly talking to a consumer in the online world. The next thing is, do not think that everyone you reach out to is your consumer, and it will take you a little bit of a hits and misses to figure out who your consumer segment is. And honestly, like digital gives you that data and that visibility where you can figure it out. So use the data, and Pankaj was also mentioning about the mining about 1.5 million data and making it more and more relevant to people. And unless and until you're doing that in digital, honestly, you will never build a D2C brand, because your efficiencies are never going to kick in if you're like looking at every customer one at a time. So these 3 areas, I would say, you kind of focus on. And coming to the first point, right, like reach. So today, as I said, consumer is spending a lot of time on mobile, on the digital screens. There are a lot of large scale platforms. There are about 1 billion plus searches happens on just Google search in consumer brand space. There are about 250 million people who actually consume videos actively every month on YouTube. There are more than 300 million people who access Facebook. There are more than 100 million people access Instagram. We all know this data, right? But while all these engaged users are there, it's very critical for us to figure out our kind of audience who actually initially you want to have a conversation. So, which there are a lot of targeting options anyway, you will be able to figure this out. But go for a full blast reach when you're kind of D2C brand. I mean, your objective should be at least to reach out 150, 200 million people and kind of have at least your little bit of a memory or a presence in that user set. The next is while you are reaching out, and yesterday I think was a very interesting concept that was introduced. So instead of a footfall, now you should look at a fingerfall. While a fingerfall happens, if you see, I mean, this is a very interesting data point. So you not realize it, in a given day, you almost sift through about 300 to 400 feet of content on your mobile. If you just count the number of scrolls on an average that happens, and kind of just stitch it together, it will be about a 300 to 400 feet of content. So having the content out there is not going to solve your problem. You have to get your story right. You have to invest in also creating interesting short stories, short videos. And also you need to understand that every format, every digital platform works very different, and the same user behaves very differently across different platforms. I mean, I might be consuming a very different kind of a content on Instagram, but when I look at YouTube, it's very different. When I look at Facebook, it's very different. So you need to understand that and kind of adapt for the platforms. And once you've done that, the third part is, of course, doing the final kill, right? Which is figuring out your core audience and measuring and analyzing that data that, okay, who are the audience who are engaging with us? Who are the audience who are actually kind of spending time with my content, and who are the audience who probably might have the greatest amount of intent to kind of buy, right? And find your core audience and plan your media well, because as I said, you would have that learning initially by kind of doing your reach campaigns, which media works really well for you in terms of engagement and consumer cohorts and stuff, and then finally do not hesitate to spend on your creative and your communication, because at the end of the day, your digital lifespan, the consumer attention is even further shortened. Like, I don't know how many of us have heard the concept of moment of truth, right? Which is a concept popularized by P&G, that in the first 7 seconds, the consumer decides. Shiny is waving me for the timing. And so that was my last slide anyway. So I'll stop here. And if there are any questions, would be happy to take it up.
So one question, Swagat, before we let you go. So Manish Shinde asked me, we see that Estee Lauder recently used gaming to launch a product. And do you think women-centric gaming could be used as a tool to leverage cosmetic sales? Because number of women coming online is increasing. Gaming is increasing. Is it a good idea to put these two together?
Again, number of women coming online has been on an increasing trend. I remember it used to be about 20-25%. Now it has kind of surpassed about 40-45%. See, anything today you do in online is a good idea. I mean, I think it's a very unpredictable, we call that term VUCA. It's a very unpredictable world now. So I think online as a medium, adoption has kind of shot through the roof. People have a lot more time and a lot more bandwidth to engage with brands. So any innovation a brand brings in, what's the worst that will happen? And that is the beauty of an online space, right? You can fail fast, and you can experiment. So yes, the short answer to that is yes.
Thank you. Sounds great. Thank you, Swagat. Over to you, Kavya.
Thank you, Shiny. Thank you, Swagata. I believe we managed to get some really tall insights over there, some very interesting data points that you've shared, in fact. And that is kind of true, considering that we've all become such screenagers, in this era. So very interesting insights, Swagata. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Bye-bye.
Goodbye then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all our attendees, I do see from the chat that yes, it was a very meaningful session, a superb session. I hope you're also tweeting using hashtag iMediaIN. Please don't stop tweeting. Do share these insights as well. And with that, we're going to quickly get started with our next presentation, because while we are focusing on our next presentation on technology, how the payment companies are embracing technology, let me also remind you that after this, we have a fabulous panel discussion that's waiting for all of you. So please do hold on to that. And with that, let's quickly get started. Tech innovations for retail and e-commerce by MasterCard. In fact, as we all know that MasterCard has done some amazing innovations to help online retail in the country. So to share more about it, we have with us Anubhav Gupta, who's a Vice President, Merchant Development, South Asia with MasterCard. So I'm going to request Anubhav Gupta to hop in to please share his presentation as well with the attendees and with all of us. Good afternoon, Anubhav. And I'm going to request you to turn your mic on.
I hope I am audible now.
Absolutely, sir. Over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I found the previous two sessions quite interesting. in our day-to-day engagement with our own industry, we really don't look around us to see what's happening in different industries. So, I'll take you through in next quick 15 to 20 minutes about what MasterCard's future view is on what the possible new purchasing journey for customers could be, and what are a couple of interventions and new products that we as a payment company envisage in this new purchasing journey to make it a reality and make it a frictionless and a secure purchase. So, time to time at MasterCard, we come with what we call as our future view. Our view on what the industry is going to be, and that is when we look at it from a 2 to 5 year perspective, how the industry is changing. Now, one of the things that we are seeing is, everybody's talking about data, everybody's talking about online, how data is changing, how online world is changing the way consumers shop, they decide what they want to buy, and they actually go and do the final purchase. When we look at how the social trends are changing, I mean, Facebook is passé, Instagram is in. There's no guarantee that Instagram is going to be there for 6 to 7 years. That Facebook kind of ruled the roost. It could go out much faster. But there are already people are talking about mobile phone going away, and always on connected devices coming in play. Now, if you look at how we shop today in a digital world, you'll find that the augmented reality and the virtual reality technology is becoming mainstream. So, for example, if you were to buy furniture on any of the online furniture stores, they allow you to click pictures of your home, place furniture, and you can see how it would look in your room. On Lenskart, for example, you can select the frames or the sunshades which you want, and you could click your picture, and you could really see how you would look. What's also happening is with increasing acceptance of Alexa, Google Assistant, Siri, people are integrating end-to-end shopping experience on the digital devices. With the kind of information that is available today, with all marketeers and organizations which are savvy enough to collect data, personalization continues to grow. And what we find today is that with all these changes, who are the large companies which are, if you look at who are the large companies who are making money? So you have all of you heard about FANG, right? Facebook, Apple, Netflix, Google. If you see, these are in a way subscription companies, right? Google is also moving towards subscription, but Facebook is also kind of subscription company. The cost is free today, right? Apple is a subscription company because it keeps selling you services, keeps building upon all the hardware that you bought over a period of time. And so is Netflix. So it is essentially about owning the customer pools. Once you own the customer pools, you look at data and you are able to close sales by showcasing your products to those set of customers. Now, what is it that we require to do? As a new business, which is going to target the millennials and the new millennials or the Gen Z that's going to come in now, they are digital native generation. They are, if I were to say, or if I would go and talk to my parents to say, this is how a new chair will look in your home, would you go and take a decision to buy? They would most probably say no. Until we touch and feel the thing, until we sit on a chair and decide to buy it, we'll not touch it. But the fact is, this technology is going to create a new touch point for brands. People are going to feel products, people are going to visualize products, people are going to touch products in a virtual platform. And that is the experience that businesses will seek to create for their customers. Ability of, if you look at, there are so many digital assistants out there, but we see Alexa and Google doing better than most of the people. Why? Because, they have the computing capability, they have the, right algorithms, where as more and more people talk to them, they become smarter, they're able to pick up various accents, various languages. And as you are tracked on all the activities that you do on your phone, you do on your connected devices, you do on your computers, a complete persona is built of you over a period of time. That's how people define your persona. And we heard Mr. Virmani talking about it. How he looks at 1.5 million customer data on an everyday basis and knows a little bit more about them every day. So now there's so much talk about privacy in India, but you'll find that Google's, Facebook's, and Apple's probably know more about you than government of India does, and that's the reality of it. So a lot of this changes the way we buy things. no longer will we be required to take out our cards. Our payment credentials are, most of the websites that you go to, you find that your payment credentials are already there, right? You enter your CVV and the payment goes through. So what's happening really is that most of the part, if you look at, let's say about 3 to 4 years ago, when the online trend started, online purchasing started in India, at every checkout, you would end up entering your address, you would end up entering your payment details, and then doing a journey. Today, most of the online merchants are interested in making it as frictionless as possible, which means they want you to come in and they want you ideally to check out in a single click. So once you say buy now, they don't want you to experience any kind of friction. Now, in order to ensure that that can be done, there are a lot of things that are required to create a journey which is frictionless. One of the biggest changes which is happening is tokenization. Now, what is tokenization? Tokenization is putting a replacement of a card number in places where transactions are done to ensure that the payments are frictionless and secure. I mean, there are so many players in an ecosystem. There are card issuers, there are merchants, there are digital payment partners, payment service providers, acquirers, and all of them use different technologies to ensure that your payments go through. How do we try to secure things? So basically, what happens in an online world is that you are all aware that we used to say that I don't want to put my card number in a place. It can be be compromised. There could be charges that come on my card, but that's not that's changing. If you see people, when they believe they are secure on a website, they will end up buying much more. They will end up generating much more revenue, and the propensity to purchase at that particular site goes up dramatically. To enable all of this, what payment networks are doing today is replacing your card numbers by single use or multiple use virtual tokens that are linked to your profile and on either particular devices or on particular use cases. So tokenization will secure payments in your offline world, in your digital world, in your mobile world. And the beauty of tokenization is it is in a way custom built for the mobile world. So when you look at I don't know how many of you have used Samsung Pay. On certain Samsung phones, you can store your card credentials and you can just tap the phone to do a payment. Now, if you look at the charge slip which is coming out of the device, you will see that the last 4 digits of the card that are displayed on the charge slips are different from the actual last 4 digits of your card, which means what travels in the communication channels between the POS machine where you tap your card or tap your phone all the way to the bank and the approval which comes is happening on a virtual number, which is not your card number. So, if you have situations like you had on Target in US, a lot of other places, where a lot of card credentials get leaked and you keep hearing news, 20 million card numbers available in the dark web, etc. You'll find that your numbers will not appear there if the merchant was a merchant where tokenized data was stored. So, MasterCard has a unique service which is called MDES, which is MasterCard Digital Enablement Service. It converts your PAN, which is your permanent account number, which is the number printed on your card, into a token, and then with the help of digitization, the same is transferred to various connected devices that you could have. So, for example, Samsung launched a smart refrigerator a couple of years back. It was a tech lead kind of product, so it did not sell in huge numbers. Essentially, depending upon what is stored in the refrigerator, when you let's say pick up a bottle of Coke and there's a particular section for soft drink, it will place an order, and since there's a token inside the refrigerator, your card will get debited automatically. So you don't really need to go and place the order. It keeps ordering on its own. So for example, you have heard of Fitbit, tap and go on Fitbit. That is something powered by this. You've heard of Apple Pay. You've heard of Android Play globally. It's not yet come to India. You've heard of Samsung Pay. All those services are powered by MasterCard Digital Enablement Service. So not only for consumers, it's a service which has benefits for across the value chain. Our typical value chain has merchants who are linked through the payment network to the acquirers. We have issuers. Issuers are your card issuers, banks like SBI, ICICI, HDFC, Axis, and so on and so forth. Merchants like Amazon, Flipkart, or any other merchant. Your neighborhood mom and pop store where you could be buying your grocery. And for consumers like you and me, it offers a new way to pay, a better user experience, and also adequate and incremental peace of mind, knowing fully well that your physical card details are not out in the open. So for merchants, hitherto merchants have required a lot of certifications in order to be able to keep with them certain payment data. With tokenization, the options go up. How a merchant can look for a trusted device, which could be your mobile phone, which is authenticated basis your past interactions with the device and your payment instrument, and say I will allow one-click payments from this device for this particular account, and that is what all of this is all about. So if you look at MDES sits at a wall between all the ecosystem and the issuer who issues your card, and it is what is behind your Apple Pay, Samsung, all the new payment mechanism that you see today, have tokenization established in it. So other than the physical card, when you take your physical card and you go and dip it in a card reader, everything else is tokenized, and somehow that experience also is tokenized when you tap your card and use it. So another critical part is as we are becoming more and more secure, and as we're doing more and more online, we find the hacking is also growing multifold, and in fact they are ahead of how we try to secure our system. But in the payment space, a payment network like MasterCard always has to try and stay ahead of hackers, because its payment is all about trust. Once the trust is broken, it is almost impossible to get it back. So at the center of the digital ecosystem or the digital commerce has to be security. And security does not mean that I ask you to remember 20 passwords for a transaction for 0 to 500 rupees. There's a different password. 500 to 2000 is a different password, and above that you keep changing passwords. Security has to be frictionless. Security has to be convenient. Security has to ensure that you feel in control of your payment credentials, of your devices, and have the flexibility to use them as and when you want, with convenience and user experience inbuilt. So what really happens is, anytime you get on board a website or an online store on either an app or a mobile browser or on your laptop browsers or computer browsers, you start interacting with those people. And we keep collecting your data through various means. When I say we, I'm saying the person keeps collecting your data, and they are able to build a persona of you. Now, that persona can also mean that this person browses web between 10 and 11 at night. He does it on a laptop, which is a full HD screen, does not use the laptop trackpad, uses a mouse, and so many other things. So, things that you will never know of are also captured of how your interaction is happening with the system. Now, all this leads to, and as you continue your journey of interaction, it leads to very authenticate, very identifiable individual persona of each and every customer or each and every individual. Throughout these stages is when we try and create products to ensure that each and every stage of interaction is what is secured by some kind of a check. So MasterCard recently, about a couple of years back, bought a company called NuData. Now NuData is a company which is into behavioral biometrics. Now, for example, how do behavioral biometrics work? How you hold a phone. Let's say I have your phone's password or PIN, and I take your phone and I try typing your PIN into your PIN pad. Ideally, if I know your PIN, I should be able to enter your phone. But if your phone is running a new detect system on top of it, it will know that the person who's entering the PIN is not Anubhav Gupta, because he's entering the same PIN, but he's holding phone at a different angle. He's pressing the screen with different pressure, and all the keys have different sizes, right? So one is so depending on your size of the hand, you will end up hitting the one key or the one button or the 5 button at the same place. So what happens is, if somebody else is typing, it will be hitting at a different place, and that is exactly what this engine is looking for. So without impacting the customer experience in real time, what it does, it creates a data points, and it says whether this person is the person who this device is linked to, who is a trusted user of the device, and basis that, depending on the type of transaction that a person is doing, it can take a real-time call to approve or decline a transaction. We are all aware of voice authentication, iris scan, fingerprint, face ID, so these are all single point authentications. What we are talking now about is passive behavioral biometrics, which is extremely different from what we have been used to. And your behavior is ingrained in you from the day you are born, so you can't change it. I might use a photograph. When initially the Face ID started, people could fool the devices by using a photograph. Then they started looking for 3D images. Then a lot of devices expected to blink to see that it's a live person whom they're looking at. In case of passive biometrics, that is not really the case. So it is invisible to consumers. It cannot be spoofed, copied, or changed because it has been ingrained over a period of time. And since it happens in the background, there is almost zero friction. So some of the things that I talked about earlier, it looks at the devices that you're talking to. It looks at the kind of connections. So are you on 4G? Are you on Wi-Fi? Are you using the same Wi-Fi router that you have been normally using at that point in time? Is the transaction coming in a range of IP which is given to a particular geographical area? Is it coming from a different country? If it's coming from a different country, what is the time? So it looks at all of those things. And what it also does is, you have had so many right interactions with different kind of merchants in the past. So there's a trust consortium which has been created. And let's say there's a device which is used to send out malicious requests, malicious payment requests. That device is actually banned from all the merchants. So to that level, NewDetect tries to create a trusted party network and keeps checking for the right consumer. So, the whole story is moving from what you know to who you are. The whole concept of identity theft is this tries to go away from the concept of identity theft to recognize a person. So if you look at digital world, you'll find that in physical, when you take your card and you swipe, you have almost 97% approval rate on transactions. Whereas the moment you try doing it in digital world, it's only 80%, which means 20% of the transactions don't get approved. And that is what bugs the merchants and the cardholders. Why is my transaction getting declined? The fact is, when it's a non-face-to-face transaction, the risk of a fraudster being behind the transaction is very high. And how we as an industry have tried to solve it in India and globally was OTP, which used to come to people. But the fact is, have you ever tried entering a different CVV and see that you still get an OTP, which means it is not being checked at that point in time. You get an OTP is generated, and only at the next stage it is checked against the payment that you're making when it goes to the card company. So what really is happening is that all the the OTP is generated basis a request which has no other data, just the card number. So the linked phone number is getting the OTP. Now, as an industry, we are moving to 3DS 2.0, which is the 3 domain secure 2.0 protocol. Let me just show you what is the difference between the two. So if you see on the left of your screen is 3DS 1.0 data. And if you look at the right of your screen is the 3DS 2.0 data. It has almost 10 times the fields versus what was being captured till now. And we'll move to this in about next 1.5 to 2 years completely across merchants, across issuers. So essentially, with this live, there would be ideally no need for anybody to enter an OTP. If we know you are on your device, it is barely, we expect not more than 1 to 2% of transactions to be challenged, where your behavior is not like your behavior in the past, where you will be asked for an additional OTP or any kind of password to authenticate your transaction. And this is where the world is moving to. Which means without you entering anything additional, just by holding your device and using it the way you do, we will know that you are the person who's trying to do a transaction. So, and what is the need for all this? Are we not able to buy today? Are we not able to purchase today? All new technologies definitely cost money. Why do we need to do them? Another question, a lot of banks, a lot of merchants ask us, why are you trying to fix what is not broken? The fact is that, like I said earlier, there are systems and there are hackers who are trying to break the system. You have to try and stay one step ahead of them. When brands like Tovia are trying to build their brands, people want to be able to buy without having a feeling that if I go on a certain website, a marketplace or any other online or a small merchant, my data may not be secure. That fear has to go in from people if we want digital payments to become smooth and robust. And that is what this really, is aiming at. So, it reduces the need to remember multiple passwords. It moves to identity from the knowledge of password. And both financial institutions and merchants are able to better risk model and offer better services with lesser sales abandonment given the way the technology is shaping. Sorry. So the MasterCard is working on a product called Identity Check Express. This is a product that you're going to see shortly coming in. For the very first time that you go to a site that is enabled for MasterCard Identity Check, you will be asked to enter your OTP like you do a normal transaction. And once you've done that, you'll just say pay now, click, and your transaction will start going through. So that's how it's going to work. Everything is going to happen at the back end. Let's say you do a transaction which is out of your regular style of transaction or your regular location. That is the only point when you're going to get challenged to do a verification check. So that's it what I have for you guys today. Any questions that I can take?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. But thank you so much, Anubhav. We have a question from Manavendra Gokhale who says, shadow card use in India is not governed by law. What time frame do you see and why customer mindset will change around this? So I don't know what shadow cards are, but
I'm sorry. I've also not heard that word.
So Manavendra, we'll take that question offline for you and get you.
So I think by shadow card he means tokenization. The fact is tokenization is allowed in India. It is very much available for the usage in India. In fact, Samsung Pay uses that. There are a lot of other wallets that are getting launched shortly, and it is permitted. So there is, in fact, RBI allows tokenization, and that's a permitted way of usage of cards.
Fantastic. Thank you, Anubhav. That was a wonderful presentation. Over to you, Kavya.
Thank you, Shiny, and thank you very much, Mr. Anubhav. A very insightful session, especially around marketing innovation as well, and the tech innovations that we were focusing on. So thank you so much once again, Mr. Gupta.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
And with that, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you are also using the hashtag iMediaIN. With that, we're now going to quickly march ahead towards our panel discussion. In fact, yesterday, we had Bhaskar Ramesh of Google, and he very rightly said that finger falls are becoming more important than footfalls for today's retailers as omni-channel commerce becomes the new normal. Considering the fact that your most important store is your digital store, we managed to gather some very interesting set of speakers to come together in the form of a panel discussion over here as we focus on content, data, and tech. And on the play of these, that the fact that it depends on almost all of our digital marketing campaigns as well as innovations. So the success of it, while it depends on all of this, let's try to gather more insights from our stalwart set of speakers joining in the form of a panel discussion. Now, moderating this discussion, we have with us Meena Dasgupta, who's the CEO and Director of Zirka Digital Solutions. And it's wonderful to actually have her here again, join us at the iMedia Online Retail Summit, albeit. And with her, we also have with us Pankaj Parihar, who's the Vice President and Head Digital Transformation with Godrej Consumer Products. We're also joined by Mr. Prasad Pimple, who's the Vice President, E-Commerce and Digital with HDFC Life. Renu Bisht, who's the Marketplace, Amazon and Flipkart, and she's with Tyro. And we also have Ritesh Chauhan, who's the Head Solution Engineering Salesforce. All right, it's like of our stalwart speakers joining in, Meena. It's wonderful to actually have you here. I hope my voice is reachable.
Yes, thanks Kavya. Can you see me?
Yes.
Is my video and audio working well?
Absolutely, absolutely, Meena.
Okay, there is a new meaning to check audio 1, 2, 3. Now, yeah, so thanks for having me as a part of the panel. And to the other panelists, hi Pankaj, hi Prasad, hi Renu, hi Ritesh.
Hey Meena.
Hello.
Hi guys.
Hi. Okay, so Kavya just mentioned about the Google conversation, and it's well, I need to kind of try and see. Yeah, hope this is better now. My video was fading. So it's interesting that we said, we are kind of the way we are getting into digital commerce, and how we are using our fingers. So I keep telling people, I used to walk 10,000 steps until a while ago, and now I walk 10,000 miles with my finger in a day, possibly. And the windows are getting redefined. Window shopping was never fun. You can put windows in your cart. And the interesting part is you can put endless windows in your cart. And my windows can range from Pankaj, your products, all the way to Prasad, your products, and Pritesh, well, with your CRM, and Renu with your solution. So digital times, of course, have made it extremely interesting for us. So let me start with you, Pankaj. While digital times have become very interesting, there is also the burden of significant burden of ROI. While we are today talking of data, we are talking of omni-channel commerce, we are talking of technology. At the back of all of it, you sit with a burden of ROI, as does the salesperson who needs to deliver to that performance, right? Any solution providing person. Where do you bring your ROI in your omni-channel commerce using data, technology, and content?
So, Nina, I guess, burden of ROI was always there. It's not something new, but yeah, with digital and with digital commerce, it has become, easier for people to ask that, you're investing X dollars, where is the money coming? Where is the business coming back? And that is the kind of, questions which are being asked in boardrooms or in, regular conversations. And in fact, when partners like you come and meet me, I also have this question to you. Yeah. So that's always there, and that's going to continue. I think, one needs to continue in terms of investments, whether it is in technology stack, technology stacks, whether it is coming from Salesforce, or in terms of getting better ROI in terms of marketing investments. Yeah. So that will keep on happening. And if one is very, very critical about, I am investing $100 right now, I need to have $200 immediately, that's a kind of a futile thinking in my mind. It is a long-term game which one need to play. Okay.
Guys, whosoever, sales guys, please call Pankaj immediately. Yeah. Remember, he's on record. He said that.
Yeah.
Carry on, Pankaj. Yeah.
I maintain that. While I'll get questioned, from the board and CEOs that, where the ROI is, but it's a long-term, you cannot immediately investing $100 and get $200 the next day. P&L is important, and that needs to be managed. But at the same time, it's a journey which one need to take. And one needs to also be cognizant of the fact that it doesn't just go, you're just going very broad in that sense. So keep looking at your investments at a minute level, but yeah, have a long-term vision is what I'll say.
So thanks, Pankaj, for that. Now, interesting, Prasad, let me move to you. Is ROI, we know, is a necessary boardroom discussion that is there. And for us to arrive at an ROI, we are consciously using data. We need to adapt to new technology to be able to get better output from data. And the conversation, which is the content that we need to create for consumer experience, it's all about consumer experience at the end of the day. How have you utilized your learnings from data, from success of conversation, from adaptation of technology to be able to engage with the intent of the customer? So if I start from an intent perspective, how have you seen that for your commerce to commerce eventually?
Okay. So when I look at these three components, when I say data, so data is not like just data. It has to be a connected data. It should be usable, segmented. That kind of data is what we require. When we talk about content is again not like just creating a video form of content or audio form of content. It is all forms of content, whether I talk about article which I'm writing on my website, or even the ad copy which I use for my search engine marketing campaigns, or whatever content I write from my search engine optimization perspective, the content has to be made which is usable to consume. It has to be as per the preference of the consumer. That is second part which we have. The third part, what you referred to about technology. Now, technology is basically a vehicle to deliver both these things. One is, how can I better segment the data? To do that, you require technology. How we can better connect the data across the sources, you require technology. How can you deliver the content to consumers in a segmented manner as per their preference, as per their preferred time of consumption? You require technology. Now, when we talk about technology, it's across. It's not just technology at our end and or technology at the partner's end. It's across everywhere. The data is available for consumers, which is first-party data, which is available with the brand. You can also, through DMP, you can get second, third-party data as well.
Correct.
But the more important part in this entire section is a lot of data is available with larger ecosystems like Google, like Facebook. They control a lot of data at their end, which we might not be having preview to. We might not be able to use it. So technology is the one thing through which we can go back to Google, use some of their ecosystem and data, what they have done over the years, and do the overall data-centric optimization, data-centric content delivery. And that gives far better customer experience. If I can give you one small example, which we have tried around this particular part, which is more about data, content, and technology put together, but not just at HDFC Life's end, but we also involved Google into this entire experimentation.
Yeah.
Where we used the automation, because that is the fourth leg when we talk about technology. Automation is the fourth leg. You can do a lot of things with your data. You can manually push a lot of content to your consumers. But when automation kicks in, a lot of things get into a different perspective. Suddenly, you can look at so many variables which are available through automation. Now, just one example, that search engine marketing, because I talked about it. Delivering the ad copy to the consumers is like such a, it's not such a simple thing to do. Because it has to tie up well with the kind of search he has put in. And it has to give him enough information for him to feel interested in that kind of content. So when I talk about search engine marketing, we did that experiment with Google, where we used all the data points which Google was having about the consumers. All ad copies, which is content, was given to Google. They created the responsive ads out of it. And whenever customer is searching, an ad copy was getting created real time depending upon the type of search what consumer was putting. And on top of it, it was delivered in a quite customized manner. If I already searched for something like that, the content was not delivered because I already seen that. So all these things, the entire orchestration of these three things put together with the help of automation, that solves majority of the questions, and that also gives answer for return on investment. If you can track entire thing end to end, and whatever is measured normally gets done, and whatever is measured normally helps you generate better ROI. That's how we look at it.
Well, interesting. And what you're saying is that for you, ROI is increased sale and increased performance. So you're referring to, using intent based. The minute there is an intent, you're actually leading it all the way to an experience. And you're actually converting the customer, hoping that your customer is actually your new voice and adding 5 more people for you, right?
Correct.
So this is an interesting example where you're connecting intent and you're adapting technology and bringing in automation. Of course, you also referred, interestingly, to data blind points, and I call it data blind because we look at spotlight of data, some data we look at, but there is just so much more data that can give us insight, even your own data, your first party data, your CRM data that can give insights that actually feed in not only to your SEM, but also to your organic SEO, to your earned media in every possible way, right? Because content has the ability to influence or negatively influence a customer, right? It has its innate quality of, so that brings me to Ritesh, and have you, the role of CRM in actually getting insightful data is significant. Yet, CRM is used in bits and pieces, parts, and adoption of CRM as teams or as individuals, we have often seen doesn't necessarily succeed, therefore leading us to data blind spots. What would you say marketers or solution providers can they benefit from the CRM to actually get a brilliant customer experience and benefit in the commerce part of it?
Yeah. No, that's a very pertinent question, and I think it's being asked a lot in these COVID times these days. So, as per one of the studies, if you see, 84% of the people say that experience matters as good as the product. So, as you touched upon that point, experience has become so important these days. Now, coming to your second point, the boundaries between a sales, service, and marketing has blurred, right? Marketers are not just told to get the leads and throw it off to the salespeople to pursue them. They are responsible for managing the entire experience, right from unknown to known to the connected journeys, right? So there was a point around the content. Yes, there was a saying that content is king, but the data is God, and the technology is the platform where all these three meet, right? And Salesforce, right, is at the forefront of this. So we have divided the entire platform, keeping customer at the center of this. Now, one of the problems, there is a lot of data, no doubt about that. There is a lot of content which can be created. But the question is, how can we make the life of a marketer easy? Right? So marketer these days have to do two things, right? He has to be a data scientist.
Do you call it life of a marketer easy, or do you say that succeeding in investments? You basically help them make more money.
Well, yeah, I'll not easy. I'll say it is exciting, right? Because some marketers are under a lot of pressure. So, for example, there was a question of ROI also. So, how do they visualize, Saturn, culminate all this data to get insights, right? That is where can you provide tools to these marketers that they are not dependent, right, on lot of big teams or a lot of technical processes, right, in order to get the insights, right? So that is where the technology like Salesforce is helping all the sales, service, and marketers in order to achieve this, right? Where everything comes together, right? Data, content, and technology. So, as I said, focus is customer. It's become even more. So everybody, as somebody mentioned, finger fall is the important part. So one of the studies, again, just to quote one of the stats, 67% people will move to any other brand if they were given better experience. They are ready to pay more. And everything, all this data, content, come together in a platform in order to do that. But as I said, the technology should be facilitating, not making the life of a marketer complex. So that's what we look at when devising.
Interesting. Okay. Yet I have to say, meaning I have used Salesforce and I can vouch for the data, and I can tell you my sales team used to run away from me the day I would open the data insights. But very well put, even for marketers, though I do believe that we really need to dive deeper into the data. But you give me a great thought. What you said is that functions are blurring today. A marketer and a salesperson, both of them have a common goal and objective to make the customer happy at the end of the day and give them great experience. So, that brings me to Renu. Renu, you're working on solutions actually. And as a solution provider, as someone who is working also in intense and crowded marketplaces, that rides on data. Data is gold, and they possibly demonstrate that part significantly. Do you tell me, have you had the opportunity and success in actually collaborating with a marketer, like, Ritesh said, collaborating with a marketer to help them succeed? And how do you see your product experience management actually giving benefit to the customer experience management, So can you tell me how you are using this ecosystem to help provide a better solution to the marketer? Did we lose you, Renu?
Right. So, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Renu.
Am I audible now?
Yes. Well, to me, you are. to the rest of the people, hopefully, as well.
Okay. Okay, awesome. Great. So I think customers are telling brands today that, tailor our experience everywhere, every touch point where today customer looks at the brand, be it digital or offline. We talk about, how can that experience be consistent for a brand? And that's the key I think every brand is looking at today. When we talk about data and content, we talk about three things. One is effectiveness. How effective your content and communication is to brands. Especially in pandemic, we have seen that, how brands have strategically sort of given that effective communication to their customers. The ease with which the consumer is able to take that content and information. And then the third is the emotion which lies behind, that content and taking actions behind it. So, Ritesh rightly said that around, good 86% of the users actually are okay to pay extra for a great experience over price and product today. So, that is actually secondary. And hence it becomes very, very important that we talk about personalization, where what we say is that not every customer is same, and customer is looking to be treated as one customer across the platform by one brand with similar and consistent content and communication which you're trying to give to customers. So that's number one. Hence, when we have data from customers, we generally try to capture as a brand, the person's history, their preferences, the context and intent. It becomes very, very important that we then personalize that. And the world is actually moving towards hyper local personalization for customers so that they actually see what they're looking for. And it is not just important that how they experience, but it's also important that, what they experience, but it's also important how they experience that brand on different channels. So yes, we have seen, brands who use PXM, and what PXM primarily talks about is a product experience management, where starting from your product catalog, which is very, very important for commerce, till any communication which goes to, let's say, your email, website, your social channels, your SEOs, wherever you are placing your content today, through your catalog or through your ad copies, there has to be consistency, and brand don't fail on that. We've seen most of the teams actually work in silos. So we really see that, when you look at this content in different platforms, the communication is so different that you'll basically
well, yeah, you're talking of
hence it becomes important for brands to look at first.
Sorry. So just jumping here, I understand you're saying that customer mindset plays a significant role because you're responding in relation to your own personality and mindset, and therefore personalization. And I think everyone has spoken about it, whether it's Prasad, whether it's Ritesh, whether it's you. But let me hear from Pankaj. You have brands that work for B2B and D2C and B2C space, right? For you, you are at the end, not only intent, you're actually traversing the entire path where your appeal of a category as a consumer durable, as a fast moving consumer good is very high and extremely need-based, right? So if you can talk to me from your e-com perspective, experience perspective, and a D2C perspective, e-com, how are you seeing the integration of data and technology and content to aid for better ROI in terms of commerce, where do you see this heading for you? And how have you actually implemented all of it at your end?
Right, Nina. In fact, just picking up from what Ritu mentioned, customer experience and product experience. I think when we started our e-commerce journey almost 3.5 years back, but the direct to consumer journey was started a year back. And we realized that our websites were absolutely not in sync with consumer or customer experience point of view. And we did our analysis in the data which we had. Basis that we realized that we will fail miserably if we do not, change the customer experience or consumer experience in this space. So wherever we were, when we had decided to go on for, D2C and overall digital commerce, we completely changed the consumer experience if a user was taking 6 to 7 clicks to add to cart and then proceed and then actually move forward, we completely changed it to, you know, max 2 clicks when the user was moving to proceed section. Yeah, that was from the consumer experience point of view. So our websites or D2C websites were completely not mobile only optimized. They were mobile first. We were clear that even if we are losing on 2-3% of website traffic, we were okay with it, but we will go ahead with mobile first consumer experience. That is from the consumer experience point of view. I'll talk about an example which, you know, we learned in last 3-4 quarters. For one of our brands, historically, we were clear that, you know, majority of our core audience were on one product line was primarily male, and other product line was primarily female. Male 25 to 40 and female 25 to 34 within the master brand of that particular product. On D2C, you know, it completely changed. So if I was actually going 100% or 90% focusing on male 25 to 40, actually the data told me that you are not doing right justice to the audience which is actually engaging in buying product on your website. More than 50% of converting audience on my D2C website were female 25 to 35, which we had never thought that that would have been the case. We analyzed the data further, and, you know, over the month we realized that, you know, this is how it's going to be for digital commerce for this particular brand. That helped us in terms of changing our e-commerce or marketplace strategy, because the data which actually told us that this is the kind of audience you also need to look at. On the content side, my content was only talking to male audience. Okay, for that brand.
Well, old habits die hard.
Yeah, no. So no, actually, because that was the core audience for me. Historically, that was the core audience. But D2C and digital commerce told me that, you know, 50% of your core audience is female as well. Yeah, and they are not just liking it, that it's not just intent. Actually, they are converting, they are buying. And hence we had to completely change our content strategy. And content is like, you know, Prasad was mentioning, it is not only about, you know, branded content or long form.
It is not. I agree.
Content,
every piece of word written against a brand is content.
Yes, exactly. Whether it is a small article or whether it is a creative, which, so yeah, that's how the entire approach changed for us.
Yeah. So this is interesting. What I'm hearing from everyone, basically, you know, kind of directs me to go towards a line which I think probably can summarize our discussion, and maybe, you know, then I'll take your last statements from each one of you. We are clearly moving, and do you believe we are moving towards customizing conversations or content based on consumer mindset data? Now, we are not only saying data any longer, we are saying it's consumer mindset data because it's personalized, because every person is unique and they respond differently to external factors or internal motivations. Second thing we're saying is adoption of technology is highly critical, but it is also critical to understand and get data insights, sharper data insights, to be able to act on them in a far better way. And like Prasad said, all of it is of no use unless you bring automation into the whole system, because automation will help you save time, will help you bring results faster, like his SEM example that he said with Google, or also, you know, the specific conversation that Pankaj you spoke about, or what Renu spoke about, you know, in terms of customer experience management, which goes personalized and specialized to deliver results. And Ritesh, I think Salesforce sits on a mine of information that can be used for brilliant outcomes and outputs both. Yeah, so if I have to just take a last line from each one of you, what do you believe is going to play a bigger role? Consumer mindset data, or just plain data to increase your commerce irrespective of gender, just commerce. Yeah. So Prasad, let's start with you.
Yeah. So in my viewpoint, what will happen that yes, data across all formats. You mentioned about the behavior data or the type of consumer when we talk about. Their preference for the content will be definitely different, and if the preference is different, then our content has to match that particular preference. So from that perspective, how exactly it will move, it will become more personalized, and at the same time, the entire ecosystem of data, content, and technology has to move into a more experimentation mode. Because what is happening right now, even Pankaj was mentioning about it, that a target segment he never thought is his target segment is actually purchasing the product from him.
Correct.
So experimentation is far more important. We really don't know what will click right now. We just need to go ahead with it, experiment fast, fail faster if required, and then get ready for the next experimentation. It is
and be open to discovery. Be open to discovery. Right?
Correct. Be open to discovery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Ritesh, from you?
Yes, so I think what you mentioned, I think everything is becoming very, very customer centric. We call it like everybody's expecting a Netflix or an Amazon kind of experience. But one point which I want to touch about is the use of AI and ML. See, how can you make the life of a marketer easy? There's data everywhere, right? But can you make it so easy for them to mine and then execute, right? And that's what our goal is at Salesforce, right? How can system allow marketers to do something called the real-time personalization? At times, by looking at the data and content, you don't know what that person will behave. Can you move a step ahead, do a real-time personalization? For example, if you get an email from a brand, can that content of the email change depending on, for example, what time is he opening, or what are the things he has browsed on the website or an app, right? So that's what I think technology is moving. So I want to bring that point of technology and AI and ML. So we have a silver thread called Einstein, which runs through all of the platform, which sort of does this. But yes, we are moving very quickly where the marriage of data and content we'll see blossoming a lot. Every marketer, every individual will require that platform which can do this automatically. For example, does my subject line of an email sound very good, right? Where are they scrolling on the app, on the website? Can we collect the data when they are anonymous, right? They come for the very first time. Can we collect even that data, right? Anonymized data. So yeah, I think it's getting more and more crazy, I would say, or more exciting for marketers going forward, but some very exciting things which are coming out.
Well, yeah, crazy for sure, because we now no longer know how deep we can go. So of course, Prasad, discovery from Ritesh's perspective, do not become data blind and remain passionate about content, but use AI and ML. That's going to give marketer the benefit. Renu, your last comment on what kind of data and that will lead to better output for the marketer.
Yeah, so I think more or less it's summed up, but I have just 3 crisp points to add. One is redefining personalization experience and not what the brand does. That's something what we should be looking at. Pieces together, experience of the customers, not just on the data front, but also at, operationally using that data. And a simple example is somebody waiting at the airport, for the airline, and suddenly the airline announces that there's a 3-hour delay, right? How can you use that if the guy is 21 years of age and, airlines offer liquor to them, then you can have a personalized content or a data going to that customer with an offer versus somebody who is less than 21 has a different offering. And third, the most important piece, which I personally feel is create a seamless one brand to one customer experience. And that has to happen through data, and that data has to be very personalized for customer.
Interesting. And thanks, Renu, which also actually talks about a topic that opens doors, saying how open are we to sharing data? Because what you're talking about is not only hyper local, but micro personalization, really making it relevant for the individual. So the brand talking literally to an individual, right? So it opens saying, are we willing to share data? If data is gold, will it stay stuck in a vault? Pankaj, what is some of your last comments?
I think, guys, there are tons of data. Okay, for marketeer, I mean, the data is coming from all possible angles. Yeah, one needs to be careful as to what data and how do we use that data for better insights, better consumer understanding. Okay, so I would be as a brand owner would be very, very particular about if I am getting some specific inputs on consumer understanding or the kind of demand or needs they have. I would be very, very particular about picking that data up first, then actually getting lost in a, ton of data which is lying in front of me. Okay. Just to give you an example, when
I also have a question for you from one of the audiences. So once you give the example, I'll quickly ask you the audience question. Yeah.
So the example is when we launched Synthol D2C, okay, male grooming direct-to-consumer website, we assumed that the fast-moving products would be the products which are generally in high demand. But the data told us that there is a product which is still not there in our product line called charcoal soap. There were tons of data requests for charcoal soap, and we realized that this is one product which is not there, and we launched it. Yeah, that is the kind of data understanding I would be, and it has become the best-selling product on my website and on Amazon and Big Basket as well.
Charcoal is the new gold for body. And sadly, dear audience, I actually don't have time to ask the question, but what we'll do is we'll get all these questions collated and sent to the panelists, and they'll respond to everyone. For us, time is up. I know this is a large conversation. We can go on for possibly another couple of hours. But thank you, dear panelists. Thank you for making the time. And I think thank you for brilliant, insightful discussion. I think a few things that I'm taking back with me are, one is not only is it about more personalized, there is automation and instrumentation needed so that we're open to discovery. AI and ML are critical. So don't just take data for granted, but use AI and ML to get more personalized. Messages are getting more hyper-local and more micro-personal. And don't just bucket your target segment under male, female, but actually use your data to understand which segment is going to respond faster and better. So what worked in the past may change totally in the future. With that, thank you so much, everyone, for your time. Thank you at iMedia for organizing it. Back to you, Kavya.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Nina.
you, Nina. Thank
Thanks.
you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Nina, for beautifully moderating the session, and thank you indeed to all of our speakers. We managed to gather some very relevant touch points and some relevant insights over here. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you.
And with that, well, it looks like we managed to gather some more relevant insights, especially in a very pertinent topic that we were discussing over here. And I'm going to request all those who probably had any set of questions, we can have you all, we can have our speakers also answer them in the LinkedIn comments as well. So meanwhile, what we're going to do is we're going to now move on to another interesting subject. We're talking about this whole festive celebrations, but let me also remind you that after this panel discussion, we'll also be having some very interesting e-commerce insights from the auto sector. We will also be having Mr. Ashish Sani from Citroën, who will be joining us towards the end of the, in fact, our final session. So please do hold on for all that and more. But before that, let's get our next panel discussion started for all of you. I know it's the time we're talking about. These last few months of 2020 is all about festival season. So the big question is, what will India's 2020 festive season actually look like? And if the brands, what is it that the brands need to do to make this season click? I think this is a time when the brands want to make the most of it, and I'm sure the consumers are also waiting eagerly. So what we're going to do is bring on board our set of panelists to please join us in. Looks like they're all joining us one by one already over here. I'm going to quickly introduce our set of speakers. We have with us Akshay Mathur, who's the Chief Revenue Officer with Tyro. We have Irene Joshi, Regional Head Creative Asia Pacific with Kantar. Karthik Mehta, who's moderating this entire session for all of us. He's the Chief Revenue Officer. Well, hi Karthik, good afternoon. The Chief Revenue Officer with Silverpush. We're also joined by Ramesh Somani, Editor-in-Chief with Top Gear, and Sudhir Sundrani, who's the Head of Ad Monetization with ShareChat. So it looks like a festival season that we're talking about, and we are celebrating all our speakers coming together here in a virtual platform. With that, Mr. Mehta, I'm going to hand over proceedings to you. Over to you, sir.
Wonderful. Thanks, Kavya. Just do a thumbs up if I'm audible. Super, good. And thanks, iMedia, for saving the best for last. That's what comes to my mind. Okay, let me quickly just look at how many enthusiastic souls do we have for this virtual event. Oh, good. So we've got about 90 plus. We've got about 90 plus people on this, on this session, which is good. And without, without a few more drop-offs that might happen because it's a Friday evening. I will straight away get started. But before I get started, a very honest and candid, confession. Before, I received the email from Shiny and Team iMedia, I honestly didn't realize it was time to celebrate festivals. And obviously because there's so much that has happened in the last few months, and the entire environment of fear, uncertainty, and doubt that's been created, that I guess we've all taken a step back and have stopped looking what lies ahead of us. So I guess the intent of the panel and today's discussion, and with my limited crystal gazing abilities, I would rather take the help of the eminent panelists to come up and actually discuss what is it that would tick in in the upcoming festive season here in India. We'll start off. We've got Irene from Kantar, and Irene, I personally also have gone through the barometer study that Kantar has, that Kantar recently published. Some amazing insights on that. Now, taking cues from there, why don't you take us through, how have consumer sentiments changed over the last few months? Because that I think will get everyone thinking as to what to expect from here on.
Thanks, Karthik. Yes, the barometer is an absolutely amazing treasure trove of insights, and I'm glad you've gone through it. But before I answer that question, I think it's important for everybody, including the marketeers, to step back a minute and look at the larger canvas of festivities in India, right? Festivities in India today are being clouded by the pandemic and the larger loom of a recession. However, it has always been about people coming together. And from the sixth wave of the barometer, once again, it's been proven that people want to stay connected, be connected to their families, feel a certain sense of belongingness. We are seeing online tribes being created. So there's a lot of this that is happening, and hence there's still potential for us to go ahead and make people feel better and spread the good cheer. We also know that from a brand perspective, strong brands tend to recover 9 times faster than the others, right? Which essentially means that it's important for marketeers to stay connected with their consumers. A very, very large proportion, and I just don't want to spew numbers, but if I just take India, roughly about 92% of the population surveyed very upfront said that they want brands to speak to them. So in all of this, what I would say is keep people happy, no sad advertising, please. Do not talk anymore about sad things. We have had enough of it. Let the festive cheer continue and ensure that people are feeling connected with each other.
Absolutely, good. I think there was one key takeaway from this that I took, and I was taking notes. You mentioned that strong brands recover 9 times faster. Obviously that means that they need to be communicating, more, with their audience. That brings me to, an absolute extension to this. Obviously in times of crisis, brand salience plays a very important role, in terms of building brand equity and, positive perception towards brands. And I know we've got a great platform, on this panel. So if I look at Snap, Akshay, how is Snap as a platform being utilized, to build this kind of positive perception that brands want to build with customers today?
Yeah, Karthik. Right from the beginning, Snap has always been a platform which is all about fun, right? AR is fun. And how brands are utilizing it is like what Irene said, exactly bang on. In fact, last evening, I was having a conversation with a marketer and we were discussing, hey, what should we do for Diwali? And it was more of a Diwali conversation. And that guy, he very clearly said, yeah, Akshay, I don't want to talk anything about the pandemic. I don't even want to give it a spin, a positive spin and say, thank the healthcare workers and stuff like that. I want to just cut all that and move users to a very happy place, right? And that is the brief, right? That's the only brief I can talk about. So, and Snap actually fits in well. Like I said, there's a lot of cool stuff that you can do. There's a lot of augmented reality. You can actually, teleport a guy or a user to a different world, right? Through our portal lenses and stuff. So brands are looking at, solutions like that. They are not, they don't want to talk, about the pandemic and stuff anymore and take users completely to a different place. That is something I think most of the brands are talking. It was earlier, just a month back, there were conversations that let's have a positive spin to the pandemic. Let's talk about thanking the healthcare workers, etc. People want to now clearly move away from that, and that's what I will see in the festive season also. Things will start moving more toward positive communication, and I feel that it'll start normalizing the communication, start normalizing how it was previously, and that is what I think.
Yeah, thanks, Akshay. I guess it's a great point that brands don't want the consumers to be reminded about the entire pandemic that's behind us, which is great. But I know for a fact, Ramesh, there's a lot behind the auto industry. Nil sales in April, some positive momentum building up towards May. June was good. So how do you see this? What's your take on the auto sector currently? What's been happening? And what should automakers look forward to, considering that high value purchases might have been deferred and so on and so forth. So how do you read this now?
Now, Karthik, you rightly said, automobile, is actually our backbone, because if you see 50% approximately of the manufacturing economy of our country is actually automobile industry, right? And along with it contributes to 7% GDP. All these numbers are huge. Apart from that, we have come back this month to the last year's July sales figure. So we are now at 1,97,000 something, 523 to be precise. Sales figures we are at this month. Now this is also because there's been pent up demand for all the last 2-3 months. As we see ahead, if I tell you that this month, suddenly all automakers are launching big vehicles. So we have a plethora of launches ahead. Everybody is talking very positive, because not talking positive is a very big cost, because there's no other way than to move forward. And unless and until the automobile industry completely, it's a barometer. Like if it goes ahead, there are many fuel pumps, there are many ancillary industries, there are many people who are actually dependent on automobile industry who actually thrive on that. So even if they're doing like 50% sales next month, it's also a good sign, because even 50% is a huge number. If I talk to all my friends across industry, they are at 30%, 40% sales figures. Some of them are even badly hit. But if you are able to do that now, this August month is actually the realistic how the economy is going to shape up. So a lot depends on this month. But if you ask me honestly, it's looking good. It's not that like we're all going to hell, something like that. People are in a good space of mind. They want to buy cars. because people are tired of sitting at home. They have to travel. And because, you can't fly, you drive. So that's the only thing left. And because also of the shared economy, some hygiene issue, and people who've been locked down, like a lot of my people I know, they couldn't actually go out because they were dependent on shared economy. They actually felt the need of a car. So all these things are adding up, So the take is going to be that we will come back and the numbers will be good.
Super. So good positive note from the auto from the auto industry, right? So from big launches happening in the auto industry to one of the biggest beneficiaries that we have on the panel today. Sudhir already has a big smile on his face. So Sudhir, I was reading some stats yesterday. Apparently, 1 out of every 4 internet user in India is a share chat user. Is that true?
Yes, that's what it is. And for the month of July, that's what we clocked.
Absolutely, that's brilliant. So tell me, it's I would seriously call share chat to be a phenomena. It's not just a social networking app now. It's more like a phenomena. So from your experience, how have you seen consumers, latching on to your platform, and how are brands engaging with them at this point in time? And then we'll move to festive a bit later. But at this point in time, how do you see the needle that has moved drastically forward for you guys?
Sure. I mean, I'll probably answer that, but I'll take a minute to explain the numbers that we just initially touched. So 130 million audience on the platform is spending approximately 30 minutes per day. Before COVID, I mean, most of the consumption was say 50% static and 50% video. That has moved to 70% video consumption on the platform. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, the numbers look really rosy. From the consumer point of view, what we have seen is that it's bad, but it's not equally bad everywhere. So consumers are moving towards, say, essential buy. And I've seen a lot of fence sitters now going on and trying their first transactions on the platform. So we also have a small e-com vertical within the ShareChat. And that has exploded. We also have, say, external clients who are kind of seeing good transactions. They're not high ticket item, say, buys as such, but anywhere between 500 to 1,000 rupees buys. That category has seen a significant jump. So that's how it's seen. My 2 cents of advice for the brands as such, it's like I earlier said, it's bad, but it's not bad everywhere. Digital is comparatively less hit. And if we have to go, we can go for go big and go big on niche as such. So that might work well for you. In terms of what we've also seen is working well is because, as I earlier mentioned, a lot of these guys are, say, first-time transactors or the fence sitters. The vernacular or the local creatives are working very well for us. I mean, if somebody is trying to attempt his transactions first time on the internet, we can make his job easy by, say, putting the content in the language that he consumes in a better way. That's what I've been seeing as such.
Wonderful. So I'll just extend that last piece of conversation that you did, Sudhir, in terms of communication. I've been reading this term quite a bit, of late. It's called brand humanity. Which talks about how human is your brand when they talk to customers and when they talk to consumers. And I think brand humanity, is coming at the forefront. And what I hear from you, Sudhir, also is communication will play some kind of pivotal role in terms of how brands engage with their customers and all. So my question, again, I'll take two POVs here. Akshay, are you also seeing similar stuff? Because you did touch upon that point earlier in your, in the earlier part, saying that one of your clients didn't want to be reminded about what was there, in the pandemic story. So are you seeing this kind of trend as we move forward and get into the festive season? The entire tone in which brands would talk to their consumers?
Absolutely. So in fact, the brand that I was talking about, before they stopped talking about the pandemic, they want to touch upon this topic for one last time in August. And the entire campaign would be around the human element of the brand. They do want to talk about how they are concerned for their, their consumers, their, their customers, etc. So all brands, know that this is there to come. But like I said, they don't want to stretch it for a very long time. They also are of cognizance of the fact that they need to be a little bit human about it and not go all out and say, just go and talk about just sale or any, brash, communication, etc. One thing, Karthik, one more trend that we're seeing, and I just wanted to put it out there, is that we're seeing a lot of brands who were earlier not online or digital are moving, and these are the mid tail to the long tail advertisers, smaller ones who are always in retail shops, etc. But they are now looking at, and in fact in the panel discussion which was there previously also, they are moving into their Amazon stores or trying to build their own e-commerce site. This is one major change that will happen in the festive season, that you will see that there'll be a lot of advertisers who are not on digital coming on digital, smaller physics, of course, keeping in mind what the communication human is.
Sure. Thanks, Akshay. Irene, from you've obviously done a lot of research in terms of how consumer habits and behaviors have shifted. How do you see this impacting the festive season ahead of us? Some broad strokes on how or what marketers should be conscious about when they kind of reach out to consumers and so on and so forth. So what's the crux? How will that shift in consumer habits impact their decision making during festive season?
When we normally talk about festive seasons, we do see two distinct patterns, right? There are some brands that pop up only during festive season, and after that, rest of the year. For example, you don't have chocolate brands or sweet meat brands having the kind of sales that they do, except during those festivities. So I think that will continue. But what is also important is, and I'll also combine that with the response to the question from a gentleman on cross-selling and value packs. When we looked at behavior, and behavior takes ages to change. So it's not like on the eve of Diwali, people are going to buy hand sanitizers in bulk, right? They will continue to buy sweets and distribute sweets and make their gujiyas and celebrate. But we did look at the categorization of essentials versus non-essentials, and that still holds good, even in markets like China, where we know COVID-19 has receded. So that prioritization does exist. And for marketers, a clever thing to do, especially those who have a large portfolio, is pick up an essential, what consumers categorize as essential, and cross-sell it with a non-essential. So you basically are bundling things in a way that you're pushing, you're increasing your throughput across your entire portfolio.
Super. So bundle offers, which is great. And Ramesh, you've got a lot of new launches coming up now. From your perspective, how do you see this year's festive season would be different from what it was last year, or would it be any different for the auto industry?
To be very honest, before we went on to this pandemic stuff, the auto industry was already struggling. So it's not that we were doing very great numbers. So December, January, especially the high-end brands, I saw some question also for Mercedes, BMW, Lexus, and on the likes. It wasn't that it's like going through they are really doing great as opposed to last year, because it was on a slow string and pandemic just blew it off. So now the expectations right now are so low that any numbers are good numbers, because they have taken the year off. Other problem that they have is a supply chain issue, because even if there is demand, like for example, Hyundai, Maruti, they have demand, but they can't manufacture because of China bottleneck, because of supplies bottleneck. The factory cannot supply to another factory. There is logistical nightmare. So that's another challenge that they have. So this year, I mean, in their minds, they're like, okay, whatever we do is good, you know. So if you ask me how they're looking at festive season, they are going to go all guns blazing, you know. So all the campaigns, all the good news, everything will go out in front of them because they only have this 3-4 months to make it big. So they have to cover up the entire year in this next 3-4 months. So all the brand guys, all the platforms, there's a lot of buzz and action will be there. So, but what the numbers will be is very difficult because a lot of market statistics are saying that yes, there will be sales, but you know how as we unfold, as we unlock, how things change. I mean, we can only make assumptions. We don't know because it's a high ticket item which can wait. So you don't know how many people wait, how many people will jump the gun. So we'll see, you know.
Sure. No, it's a very valid point. And you know, I heard you saying that, you know, marketers want to go all guns blazing, especially the auto sector and probably otherwise also. And you've got 3 monetization guys on the panel and we all were smiling ear to ear, just listening about, it. I guess you know, I'll just take a collective thought, you know, from all of us. If there was not one, if there were 2 pieces of advice that, you know, that this panel wanted to give to brands, you know, the attendees out over here and marketers overall, you know, for the festive season to make it actually click for them. Just 2 pieces of advice. What would it be? We'll start with Irene.
All right. So I'll repeat what I had said earlier, which is no advertising. Please do no reminders of COVID-19, no conversation around recession or the pandemic. If I look at whether it is the festivities or it is beyond, I would just summarize it as 3 words, ACE, ACE. Ace your business, which essentially means agility, stay connected, and empathize. In festive times, that empathy will pan out as celebration. Post that, it is going to be about whatever the situation is in India at that point in time, empathize and stay connected. But to your point earlier about, Karthik, about, you know, shoppers and what shoppers really are seeking, I will call this out because it's extremely critical, especially for the financial guys on the call. Payment options has become the most important thing when it comes to triggers and barriers to shopping. So being able to pay on my credit card or easy payment methods are the biggest driver for consumers to go out and buy, not actually the price tag. The second is the price. And third, what is interesting for a lot of the local giants and local brands is that consumers are increasingly in India looking at the origin of your product. So that essentially means that be Indian, buy Indian probably is getting traction.
Absolutely. Great stuff. Akshay, 2 pieces of advice.
Yeah, so I would say one which what Irene said is, of course, have empathy towards your customer, and also what one of my customers said that we want to just move on from it from there. Secondly, is also be also know the consumer behavior right now, right? How the consumer is reacting, what he essentially wants. What the behavior is online is completely different from what the consumer journey or the behavior is offline, right? And you got to respect that, and you got to approach and make your plans and strategies accordingly. So I think that is also super important to see and kind of make strategies.
Super. Sudhir, what's your take?
Yeah, I think most of it is covered, but if I have to add something to it, I would say that at the end of the day, advertising or ads are a perishable commodities, and it's all a demand supply game. So if you know whom you're chasing, there's a plethora of inventory available, and you can make good use of it.
Super. Yeah. Ramesh,
so,
final piece.
Final piece. I mean, before the panel, I just had a discussion with Devita Saraf, who's the CEO and founder of Beauty Televisions, because I also run Exhibit Magazine, which is into technology and lifestyle. Very interesting conversation, which will summarize the whole thing. So she told me, you know what, Ramesh, what we should do, because we also do events, etc. She said, I want to do some marketing. I said, what's up? Because right now, you can't import TVs from China because it's banned by the government suddenly overnight. So, and she doesn't have any stock to sell. She's all sold out. I said, look, you don't have 2-3 months stock. What do you want to do when you marketing advertising? Like generally asking. I mean, I like money, but what do you want to spend? She said that if I don't market and news right now, I'm quoting her, the cost for me to come back and make noise for my brand presence will be much bigger. So I just want to make the brand communication alive.
Yep.
So to everybody, my piece of only thing is that stay relevant, keep making noise, don't expect big sales, because 2020 is about survival and going through this. So if you're staying strong, you will see this through and you'll be bigger. Because if you keep quiet entirely, then for you to come back and make a comeback, the cost will be huge. And somebody would have skipped in by then,
Yeah. That's perfect. Thanks a lot, everyone. I guess it was a brilliant conversation. I've taken quite a few notes, on my, on my agenda, and some great questions coming up as well. I hope most of it has been answered. If things haven't been answered, it would be answered in due course. Thanks, Shiny. Thanks for this panel. I think it was a great one. We all enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karthik, and thank you, panelists. I think it was a fantastic session. I couldn't stop typing and taking notes, and you'll see all those notes on my social media now.
Yeah.
So keep the questions coming. I think our panelists did a wonderful job of answering all your questions. So moving on to our next session. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Our next session is about e-commerce insights into the auto sector, and we've already touched upon this and what e-commerce should be on, what auto sector should be doing for the festive season. But let's hear from Ashish Sani, who's the Director for Digital Marketing at Citroën, on how auto sector is digitizing and moving up the focus on touchless selling. Welcome, Ashish.
Thank you, Shiny. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Do you want to switch on your camera?
Yes, please. It says the host has stopped it. So can you just switch it on?
Yes, I switched it on from my end. Great.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much. I see, it's like a saying that Friday afternoon, it always feels like heaven. Right. I know all these participants who are out here, 65 of them, I'm looking at it, which is like a good number that they're looking at, that how one should look at ending it. So I can promise you that, all this COVID and all of this that you have been hearing, it will be an interesting session that what I'm going to share with you. And it will bring a smile in your face that how at times the pandemic can do really good to some of the things that we think of. Okay. So with that, what I'm going to share with you is my presentation. Okay. So here is it. I've done a little twist, in the presentation that everyone has been hearing in terms of e-commerce and all. I said, let me just, make it as COVID-19 and how this has changed in terms of giving a boost of digitization to the auto industry. So, with that, just a second. Okay, so this is going to be, I just put it in a little structured way of having an agenda per se that, and I would like to take you through how pre-COVID scenario was for a digitization, per se, and what has been the impact of digitization in the COVID era, and how the touch points have kind of evolved, and what is the customer expectation at an overall level. Okay. So now, something which is very interesting. I always like to go back in history, and, I did a very good research on how things moved. And I've tried to put it in a very interesting, in a bubble format. Now, what you're going to see is that how internet boom happened and how, auto evolved. So what you see out here is I've taken from 2000. Now, the interesting part of this whole chart, what you will see through is that while, internet penetration was increasing, okay, while the numbers was increasing, the auto in itself from an OEM standpoint, they were not evolving themselves in an auto world. Okay, they were not evolving themselves. Now, if you can see from 2000 to 2015, they were still in that microsite zone, display advertising, lead management system. And then in 2012 and 2015 is when, only one manufacturer came forth and said, okay, we need to do something about online booking. And that was, Tata Motors, that they tried to do some bit of work with Nano, and Nano being the, the very famous brand that we have in India. But largely, the adoption of digital in India from an auto sector has always been a laggard. While, you all heard very clearly from an insurance, from an e-commerce perspective, from other, FMCG brands and all of that put together, they all evolved. But auto being a very traditional mindset and a manufacturing setup, they never evolved themselves in terms of latching on to these numbers that we are seeing from 22 to 137 to 317. And then, in between 2016 to 2019, and especially in 2019, you see a barrage of information started coming in with the new players coming from MG and Kia. And that's where you see with 480 million people, things got evolved in the sense of real-time 3D configurators started coming in, the platform type websites came in, and online booking also started being talked about in the space. And this was also reflected by a study by Frost and Sullivan when we did a comparison with North America, Europe, China, and all of that put together. So India was still at a laggard stage, where they were just looking at doing some bit of booking, or with that too online booking, and that too only for initial, pre-launch set, not just about after the launch of the car, but just taking that initial amount of 5,000 to 50,000, depending upon the value of the car that took place. Then what happens is that COVID comes in, and then COVID completely changes the whole game, right? And that's where you see all of them starts, coming in and started talking about. It was a knee-jerk situation, but what it was is an important thing. Many a time a pandemic comes and it takes away things completely out of the shelf. And that's what, we always consider pandemic to being a gloomy kind of thing. But what it did out here for an auto sector in India is like almost overnight, there was an awakening that, hey, the dealerships which are there is shut. Hey, we still have to be in the business. Hey, what do we do? And all of a sudden, started talking about being online. And that is where, the change happened. And for, someone who has been a digital marketer like me for, around 19 years, and that too, around spending 7 years in the auto, this was like something a day that, I have been personally looking for, that when digital will not just be about just doing some bit of marketing, but it will add value to the business. And this is when I said to myself that the moment has arrived. And this is a very, very good start, that almost the whole ecosystem has come together to talk about it. Now, and in continuation to this, I'm sure you would have seen many communication that got floated by various companies, right? I mean, and they had their own sets of communication that they did. Some said, buy it from home. Some said, dial a Ford. Some said, Renault at Online NX. And, the idea was that at times the industry, if it moves, it has to move together. And, the competition is always healthy when the industry moves together. And that's what brings in a change. And this is what, we saw together, and we are seeing it together as we speak. At an industry level now, if we see what it brought is a very different way of looking at things. And again, I'm taking a Frost and Sullivan, which is very, very relevant at this point in time, that what's going to be the future, right? How the pandemic, how the COVID, how the digitization, how the technology is going to change all of that put together. Now, and you can see this, that the biggest change that is going to come in is that it is going to evolve in terms of the new retail formats. So what does this mean is that the asset or the property value is increasing, and it is increasing like how? And the OEMs, they have realized that if they have to sustain the business, and you just heard Ramesh from Top Gear talking about the sentiment and all of that put together, it is important that you evolve. Evolution is the only constant, and that is where the new retail formats will come in. The second is that you will have to give a choice to the customer to buy the car from home. So which means technically from an OEM standpoint, you need to sell the car, for a user who is sitting at home and providing him or her the full stack of services that you can think of from doing it. And similarly, in connection to that, it has to be a connected one. It has to be connected. No more will be a scenario where, you have put in a lead as an example as that, and you go to the dealer and dealer is scratching his head and he says, oh, we don't know anything about that. It can't be possible now. And also, yesterday we saw with platforms coming in like Salesforce and all, and, it is all connected. Connected is the thing that is going to kind of take place. And along with this, the services will also improve, right? The finance deals that will take place. So integration will also happen. The banks will also start giving loans. And, if today you go and buy home loans, that everything can be done over a home. You just have to go to the bank and just do the sign off. And that's how it is going to be for auto as well. And more importantly, subscription. And I think you would have seen some of the players have started coming in from a subscription standpoint. And last but not the least, the most important is the digital metrics will evolve. We will move away from just being impressions, click-through rates, and all of that is a passé right now. What is important is how you help the business. And this is something which I am in person very, very happy about, because till the time the medium of digital, they're not able to contribute to the business, it will always be like a vanity. It will always be like you are there and you are just doing some kind of a promotion. You're bringing them to the traffic and you're putting in some numbers of X, Y, Z. And today getting the numbers is not a big thing, because 450 million, whatever internet users, every big publishers and every big platforms, they have 100 million plus users, and you can easily get that. But what is important for auto is that ultimately what is it that I'm contributing to, right? And that is something which is like very, very key. And it is glad to know that this has been shared in the Frost and Sullivan. The other thing is that the percentage of consumers who would prefer to avoid dealership visits. If you see the India graph, there are 70% of them, they're saying they would like to close everything from home itself. There is a sea change in the way today the consumers are looking at auto. Because, today with thanks to the technology, you will find that there is real-time 3D configurators that have come in, where you can still topple around and put all of that. And even if you get 80% convinced, the test drive will happen at home. So you can just give a call, or you will just put in a lead, and the information will start flowing in out there. And not only that, there is a very recent Car Dekho survey that took place, and you can clearly see how many percentage of people are ready to buy a car online. And, because of safety reasons, because of sanitization and all of that, kind of put together around from 10 to 21%. And that number, is huge. That delta is huge considering the number of cars that's getting sold. Every, 1% increase has a huge impact. And this is like, 11% increase that is taking place, which in itself is kind of a big number. So, but now you are seeing that, pandemic is what change that it is bringing in. It's bringing a sea change in terms of the way the consumer behaves. It's key change in the needs of the consumers. And that's why it is very important for an OEM to evolve. And this is just to recap and bring it back to close loop the whole story, that car makers are going to bank on digital sales. And, it has to. And it has to. So, and digital will become a much more closer metric, and it will go to the extent of being seen that what is the cost that I am incurring for getting as basic as one lead from an XYZ platform. And that is where the technology will kind of play a kind of a very, very big role. Now moving on, how the touch points have grown. Now this is a chart which you may or may not be familiar with, that when a consumer is looking at buying an auto for themselves, at a personal segment, there are 21 out of 26 are in digital. This was as of 2016 data, right? And it has a good split in terms of awareness, discover, interact, and transact. And most of it has got evolved from a search to going to a social page, to going to a dealer website, to a model page. Now here's the thing, the change that comes in. Now this is the change that you need to grasp, and I will give you a second to go through this, and you will realize that what change is bringing in. The touch points are increasing. Imagine that from 2016, in 4 years time, from where to where we have gone. We have come to a 30 out of 35 touch points are digital. And not only that, the way they consume the data has kind of have completely changed. Today dealer websites have become very important. Today Google is investing so much in everything that they're doing. The calculators have come in. It is no more a website you can make, and I'm saying as an asset, where you just give a vanilla product, right? A website which has just a little information kind of per se, but it has to be much, much more transversal. It has to ensure that the need of the consumer is getting fulfilled, and not only by going to the dealership, but also at home. And then the last one which is there is, what is the customer expectation? The expectation is very clear. And you just heard also that, there was a time pre-COVID, everyone was talking that today's millennial netizens who are there, they are looking at Ubers and Ola of the worlds, which is there. That will still exist. That is not going to go anywhere. But there is a realization that I need my own car. For me, my safety is very important. For me, the health of me, my family members are very, very, very important. And for that, I am happy to go for a smaller car itself, but still I need to do that. Because, things, the way it is and the way things are, things still, even if it, hopefully, and we are optimistic that we'll find some vaccine and we will get over with it, but it will take some time. And it is not being like months and all I'm talking about, but still it will stay for a year or so, and people will get very, very cautious. So that's a new way of living. That's a new way of working. There is new way of thinking through, a mindset change that has kind of, taken a place. And this is going to be a very marked difference that is going to take place. And at an OEM level, the expectations are going to be very, very, different. And this is where all the OEMs are gone back to the drawing board and they're thinking through. Now I'll go from the third to the first, because, that is something which is very important about digital sales. And you can see very clearly from the chart in itself, that the online sales will become a key parameter. And everyone is involving. And I can tell you for a fact that every OEM today, they're sitting at the boardroom and they're seeing that how do we encash those sales? How do we become Amazon of auto? How do we become Flipkart of auto? Or whatever XYZ big numbers of, are there, or big players are going to be there. Everyone is trying to do that. And of course, this cannot be done alone. OEMs, the best that can be done is by creating a great consumer journey, right? By ensuring that all the touch points are technologically evolved. Also, when it goes to the marketing, going to the right channel for reach out, and from a media perspective, going to those channels where the consumers are, and that programmatic and all of that put together has brought in those kind of change. But largely what is important is that consumer way of imagining and thinking will also see a change, and their requirement will also see a change. And that's where I come to the point number 2, which is in the middle, which is about flexible contracts. The contract will also see a change. where they will look at subscription, they'll look at some kind of a flexible payment options, because everyone wants to save, everyone wants to keep the cash, everyone wants that flexibility into the system, and everyone wants to be sensitive and that's where the humanity is taking a different turn, where everyone is trying to support each other in this whole scheme of thing. And the first point which is going to be there is the special offers, right? A targeted measures, targeting will change. There will a new customer user group will come in, and also you are seeing additional products will come in, and also incentives will change. The car has to be given in a very quick format, all of that put together. So all in all, if I have to close loop everything put together, my point is, number one, pandemic has done good, right? And it is always good to end on a good note. I must say that while however things maybe looks gloomy, we should not lose the optimism that we have. And the optimism is clearly seen with the data that I have just shown. So it's a bright future for auto while, we are in the shake-up phase. And I can tell you the bounce back will happen. And the bounce back will not happen because of OEM, but because of the consumer, because of you, because of the, the people who are out there, of the Indians, a billion population. They will see a new you, and they would, everyone wants to pep up themselves. And this gloomy days is not going to be there. After darkness comes the light, and that's what is going to be there. Point number one. The point number two is going to be that all the OEMs will evolve. They have already started evolving, and you are going to see in the coming future the evolution of OEMs will be much more for the new players who are coming in the market, and you're going to see some path breaking stuff that will come in, which will all ease out the buying journey of the consumers which are going to take place. And the third is, the technology. And thanks to, the technology front, there are many tools that are available flyby, which is you can directly plug and play kind of a model that kind of take place. And last but not least, I think the media front, the internet population, the 400 million internet population / the programmatic way of working through. You will, go after the audience. You will not go after, the channels where you want to be. You would just like to go where are the auto intenders for, for this and this kind of a persona out there. And that could be various, channels. I'm not here to talk about any specific channels, but largely these are the, the four things that's going to, kind of take place. And I thought I will just give you a good end note on a happy note. As I said that, Friday afternoon / evenings, they always feels heaven. And I'm sure with this, you are going to feel a smile, and you will see that, yes, things looks good. So on that note, I just want to say thank you to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashish. I think that was a wonderful presentation. And yes, it just left me with a smile to see that what the auto industry is doing. So lots more, lots more for us to collaborate with them and to collaborate with you. There is one question that I see, and they're asking, should auto, Ashish, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I'm very much there. I just switched off my.
Oh, okay. So I see a question. They say, should auto brands, because we started the conversation today talking about D2C brands, and there is a question that should auto brands go D2C, because dealer digitization is somehow kind of not seeming very great. There is a reputation problem there. So should auto manufacturers go D2C?
See, can they do it? Why not? I mean, if they have the bandwidth, if they have the power or the scale to do it, they can. However, in all practicality, I must say that, see, dealers are also today are looking at a huge change. And there is a data which unfortunately I haven't brought in. So there was a very recent, conference that took place by FADA. And, it is a music to my ears, and it was pleasure to see that slide where dealers themselves have found a realization. We need to understand one thing very clearly, that this system of auto cannot be just OEM system. It has to be dealer also. And dealer also has realized. The reason being, is that there are, see, dealer have been managed by first generation, second generation, third generation. Now is the time when the second and third generation, they have started coming in, right? And they are very digitally evolved, but they were also waiting for the time. And let me tell you, there are many out there, and I have met many dealerships, you know, they are very, very evolved. They're very evolved. And they are doing some really fabulous stuff. And I don't know, Google was here, and from an auto, Mr. Bhaskar was there. You know, they will say, and Google themselves will talk about it, that how the change is happening. It's a matter of time. So to, you know, whoever asked this question is a very pertinent question, and it's a very good question that is asked. But if I may say that that is not the right way to go direct, because you have to take people along with it. The ecosystem has to move together. You have to groom. An OEM has to groom the dealer. Dealer has to embrace digital. Digital has to simplify the things for dealerships. And all of this will happen. And if you see through the, you know, the news and all of that put together, things will definitely change. It's just a matter of time, I'm telling you. You wait for another 6 to 1 year, months and years time. Next time, whenever we are here in this iMedia, I would love to come back and show that how the change has come in. And mark my words, it will change. So I hope that answers, Shiny.
Yes, fantastic. And I love that, you know, that piece of future gazing, because next year at iMedia, I am definitely going to ask you this question. There is one more question if we have time. It says, do you think Indian consumers will adopt electronic vehicles? Is this a near possibility? I could, if that counts.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. You know, the things are changing, things are evolving, right? And we are looking out for the new things, and infrastructure and all of that put together, you know, things will happen. Can it happen overnight? See, overnight, these things are like a big investments that take place. And this is very personal. This is, I'm not speaking on behalf of the company per se. So, you know, I want to be very clear when I'm saying this, because, you know, I'm not an expert in responding to that question. But personally, as Shiny mentioned, the way she raised her hand, I would also like to raise my hand that why not? And this is the thing which is going to take place. And of course, you know, we will brick by brick, things will happen, and you will see a change that is going to take place.
Great. Thank you so much. I think it was a fantastic session, and we had people stayed to listen, and it is happy Friday to everyone. Like you said, it's Friday evening, feels like heaven. So thank you so much for this amazing session that's definitely left everyone with a smile, Ashish. And with that, it's a wrap for the iMedia Online Retail Summit. Thank you all for staying with us and for participating and sharing your questions. Thank you so much.